Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. I should have known something was wrong the moment I stepped into the house, long before it whispered my name, long before I found the door nailed shut from the inside, long before the basement light flicked on by itself, even though the house had no power. I should have known when the realtor refused to cross the threshold and handed me the keys with a trembling smile, saying only, "If anything strange happens, don't answer it." She never said what it was. She didn't need to. By the time I learned the truth, the house had already chosen me. The strangest part is that the house wasn't abandoned. Not technically. Someone had lived here, several someones, according to the paperwork. But they left no trail except sealed rooms, broken locks, and a collection of scribbles carved into the wooden trim along the staircase that didn't match any handwriting I'd seen in my life. The marks formed crooked lines, turning corners with frantic jerks, growing deeper near the top step, as if the last hand that carved them pressed with panic instead of strength. That was the first thing I saw when I walked in the staircase, with those claw-like carvings running up the railing, and the smell. Thick. Old. Like dust soaked in river water. I didn't know it then, but those carvings were a warning. Every person who'd lived here had tried to warn the next. And there would be no next after me. I'd come for silence. For distance. For a place where my thoughts wouldn't return to the accident I survived, but didn't escape. The one that left something lingering in my mind. A nightmarish flash I could never fully shake, a pale figure standing in the road seconds before the crash, its head tilted too far, its grin too wide. The police said it was in my imagination. Nothing was found on the dash cam except darkness and a sudden blur. No figure, no face. But I remember what I saw. That same silhouette waited for me in the house on Coldwater Lane. Not in the corner, not in the shadows, something far worse. It waited behind the walls. The hook of the house was simple, cheap, isolated, quiet, with a backyard that stretched into a row of pines, thick enough to swallow the horizon. Perfect for someone who wanted to forget. Perfect for someone stupid enough to believe the low price wasn't hiding a story. The first night, the house didn't bother hiding anything. I didn't even finish unpacking before I heard the first knock. 3 taps. Slow. Deliberate. I checked the front door. No one. Then again, 3 taps. But this time from the kitchen. I walked in, expecting a branch or maybe a loose shutter banging against the frame. But everything was still, except the basement door. It shook. Once, then stopped. The house had no power. I'd arrived too late to set up the account with the electricity company. Yet as I stood in that silent kitchen, the basement light snapped on, flooding a strip of harsh yellow against the floor. I froze. It stayed on for 10 seconds. Then it flicked off. The bulb was dead when I checked later, shattered inside the socket. Before I could think too much about it, something else caught my attention. Movement from the hallway mirror across the room. My reflection wasn't moving the way I was. While I stood still, trying to decide whether to open the basement door, the reflection leaned closer, pressing its forehead to the glass, as if trying to listen through it. I blinked. It didn't. I turned away. It stayed staring, its breath fogging the mirror in a soft oval. I should have left right then, but the human mind is full of excuses when it doesn't want to face the truth. I'm tired. Stress does weird things. The house is old. Mirrors play tricks. But I lost the ability to lie to myself when the reflection mouthed something I didn't say. It knows you. I stumbled back, heart pounding. When I looked again, my reflection was normal. Pale, shaken, but normal. I went to bed telling myself I imagined it. The house didn't let me sleep. At exactly 2:13 a.m., every door in the hallway opened at the same time. Not slammed, not swung, opened. Slowly, smooth. steady movement like someone had gripped each knob and turned it with careful patience. The sound wasn't even loud, just soft clicks, one after another, each hinge creaking with the same rhythm. My bedroom door was last. I lay frozen under the blanket. I wasn't alone in the dark. I knew that the same way one knows when someone is standing right behind them, breathing softly in the quiet. Something stood just outside my bedroom door. I forced myself to lift my head. That was when I noticed the faint glow on the wall opposite me. Shapes dancing faintly across the paint, as if shadows flickered by candlelight. But I had no candles. The shadows stretched long across the room, thin, twitchy, like fingers. They crept up the wall, curling toward the ceiling, searching for something, searching for me. My body locked up. My chest tightened. For a few seconds, fear felt like a physical grip holding me down, refusing to let me turn on the lamp. Every shadow finger paused when I swallowed. Then they slid toward my bed. A soft crack sounded behind my wall, like wood splitting. Then another and another, a pattern, a rhythm. The same 3 taps I heard earlier. From inside the wall paneling, I grabbed the bedside lamp and snapped it on. The shadows vanished instantly. The hallway lights, also dead, blinked to life for 1 full second, then shorted with a loud pop that echoed through the house. Silence followed. Heavy, expectant. Something waited behind the wall. I could feel it, and worse, it knew I had felt it too. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning didn't help. In the daylight, the house looked normal. Dusty, sure. Empty, yes. But not hostile, not haunted. I tried to tell myself the night was a mix of exhaustion, imagination, and leftover trauma from the crash. Until I checked the hallway. Every door frame had fresh scratches around the knobs. Tiny, sharp lines, as if something with thin claws had picked at the locks while I slept. And on the inside of the basement door, I found new marks, not scratches, letters. 4 of them, carved as if by a trembling hand, Astastai-Qi-Eat. I stepped back, shaking. Someone had carved that from inside the basement. But the door had been sealed shut with rusted bolts, thick enough to hold back a stampede. Whatever was down there wasn't sealed anymore. My phone buzzed, an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me swipe the call open. A woman's voice, shaky, breathless, spoke before I could say hello. Don't stay past tonight. If you hear it again, scratch back. Don't open the door. Don't speak to it. Don't answer any version of yourself. The call ended. My hands trembled so badly the phone nearly slipped. Any version of myself. What the hell did that mean? I should have called someone, anyone. But my signal dropped the moment I tried. 1 bar, then none. The service had been fine the night before. Now it was dead. I walked room to room, holding my phone near windows, hoping for some connection. Instead, I found something worse. Every mirror was fogged. All of them. As if someone had breathed across the glass moments before I entered. And on the surface of the hallway mirror, the same one where my reflection had acted on its own, I saw a handprint. Too large to be mine. Fingers too long. Palm too narrow. It slid down the glass in a slow streak, leaving a thin trail through the fog, from the inside. I ran outside to breathe, to get sunlight on my skin, to feel something normal. The trees in the backyard stood still despite the wind brushing my hair. I noticed that. The way the branches didn't sway. Every trunk pointed slightly toward the house, as if leaning in. And then I saw the footprints. They weren't mine. Bare, long-toed, pressed in the mud near the back steps. The pattern showed someone, or something, had walked up to the door, but nothing showed it walking away. Only approaching. Only coming closer. I stepped back inside, heart racing. And as the door shut, I heard something I can't forget, something that told me the house had been waiting for me for longer than I realized. A voice whispered from the walls. Not loud. Not clear. But close enough for me to hear one word. Finally, all day the house stayed strangely quiet. No knocks. No footsteps. No shadows reaching across the walls. Almost as if it was waiting for night. waiting for me to lie down again. I refused. Instead, I drank coffee until my hands shook and sat in the living room with every lamp I owned glowing around me. I kept the basement door in sight. It didn't move, but the air around it always seemed colder, like a draft slipped through even though the seal was tight. I checked the carvings again, the warning sta kuit. What was I supposed to be quiet about? What had the last person heard? What had answered? As the sun went down, another detail surfaced. Something I hadn't noticed on the first night because I was too overwhelmed. Above the carvings, etched faintly in half, covered by layers of paint, were numbers. A timestamp, 2:13. The exact moment when every door had opened the night before. It wasn't a coincidence, and something told me it wouldn't be the last time. I watched the clock tick closer. 10:47 p.m., 11:30, 1:05 a.m. Every second felt heavier. The lamps flickered more often. A soft hum built inside the walls, almost like breathing. Slow at first, then gradually steadier. 1:59, 2:05, 2:10. The hum stopped. The entire house held its breath. Then, 2:13 a.m., all the lamps died. Darkness swallowed the room like ink spilling from the ceiling. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. I couldn't see my own hands. Then the doors opened. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Mine last. I raised my phone for light, but the screen stayed black even though the battery had been full. I stood slowly. The air felt thick, like something unseen pressed against my chest. From the far end of the hallway, a shape walked toward me. I say walked, but that's not quite right. It moved like a puppet lifted by invisible strings. Head tilted, arms hanging too low, one foot dragging behind. Its outline flickered, as if it wasn't fully here. As it neared, the shape sharpened. My breath stopped. It was me, but not me. Paler, thinner. Eyes too wide, grin stretched so far it looked painful. And as it stepped into the faint glow spilling from the window, I saw dried mud on its feet. The same pattern from the backyard. It lifted a hand and scratched the air between us, as if tracing a line only it could see. Then it whispered in my voice, "Don't ignore me again." Behind it, something in the walls tapped 3 times, slow, deliberate, and the basement door unlatched. End of part 1. The basement door didn't swing wide or crash open. It eased forward with slow, patient movement, as though someone below gently pressed it with their fingertips. The sound was soft yet somehow heavier than any slam, a slow creak that slid through the darkness and settled in my bones. The copy of me, if copy was even the right word, froze mid-step. Its grin trembled, stretched just a little more. Then it leaned its head toward the newly opened doorway. It listened, and whatever it heard, it liked. I stepped back without thinking. The old floorboards cried beneath my heels, and the sound drew its attention instantly. Its head snapped toward me in a single sharp motion, too fast for any human spine. The grin widened, pulling skin at the corners until faint cracks formed. A thin line of something dark, mud or blood or something worse, ran down its chin. My throat dried as the creature took one step closer. It didn't breathe. Not once. Its chest stayed still, but its head twitched in tiny angles, as if adjusting to some faint signal running through the house. Behind it, deeper inside the hallway, a sound rose, quiet scratching. Not claws, not nails, more like wood splintering under pressure, as if something inside the walls pushed forward, eager to follow. Each scrape echoed through the house with careful rhythm. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps again. The same pattern, always the same pattern. I stepped back again, slowly this time. Each muscle felt locked, stiff with terror, but wired enough to move. If I bolted, it would chase me. Some primal instinct shouted that certainty through my head. So I backed away toward the living room, toward the front door, toward any exit that didn't lead deeper into darkness. The creature watched my every inch, not with panic, not with hunger, with expectancy, as if it already knew where I'd go, as if this had happened before. When I reached the living room, my hand groped along the wall for the entryway light switch. Dead. Melted plastic dribbled down the frame, hardened as if heated from inside the wall. The creature stepped into the room behind me, and the faint moonlight caught its face again. My face. But the eyes weren't mine. They were too black, too deep, reflecting nothing. Slowly it lifted one hand and curled a finger toward me. Invitation or warning, I didn't know. Then it spoke again. Talk to me. My breath shook out in a whisper, get away. For the first time, the copy's expression broke. Its grin twitched downward in a flash of disappointment. Then it tilted its head, listening again to the tapping in the walls. 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps. Its jaw moved, but the voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from behind me, right behind me, an echo of my own tone. Don't be scared of yourself. I spun around, but nothing stood there. The living room was empty except for me, and the thing wearing my skin in the doorway. This was wrong. It wasn't copying me. It wasn't mimicking me. It was trying to replace me. The moment I understood that, every light in the house flickered at once. Lamps sparked with quick flashes of white, like camera bulbs firing, one after another. Each burst revealed more of the creature's details, its shoulders too sharp, its spine arched higher than mine, its fingers longer than any bone in my hand. Then darkness swallowed the room again, letting the after-images burn in my eyes. Through that darkness, the creature whispered, "You left the door open." And behind it, the basement door creaked wider. I bolted, not up the stairs, not to the kitchen, but straight for the front door. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. My hand slammed against the deadbolt. I twisted, yanked, pulled. The lock didn't budge, as if it had fused itself to the frame. A soft laugh echoed behind me. My laugh, my exact laugh. The same shaky exhale I often let out when nervous. Except hearing it from something else, something standing in the dark, twisted it into something cold. The copy stepped closer. The air around it rippled faintly, like heat rising from asphalt, stretching the shadows around its shape. As it moved, a faint light glowed from the hallway. The basement light. The same bulb that had shattered earlier. How was it on again? And more importantly, what was climbing the stairs? I heard it before I saw it. Slow steps, wet and dragging. Whatever climbed didn't rush. It didn't hesitate. Each thump of its weight on the steps was steady, confident. My chest tightened as a hand, pale and thin, gripped the top stair. Not the creature's hand. Something else. Something larger. I backed against the front door, fingers slipping on the deadbolt as sweat slicked my palms. The copy smiled wider, turning only its head toward the basement entrance, as though welcoming whatever crawled up. Another hand reached over the top step, then a shoulder. Then a face, not a human face. The skull, like shape pushed through the shadows with sockets too deep to see into. Its jaw hung crooked, unhinged on one side. Its skin, or whatever clung to its bones, was stretched tight, almost translucent. It smelled like wet soil and decay. It climbed fully into view, standing at the end of the hall like a puppet pulled from a grave. And it was staring at me. The creature beside me, my copy, leaned close until its lips brushed my ear. "Don't answer it," it whispered. "Not tonight." The skull-faced thing opened what might have been a mouth. Inside was nothing but darkness. "Answer," it croaked, but its voice wasn't its own. It used mine. My exact tone. My exact pitch. "Answer me." The creature beside me slammed a hand against the wall, nails digging into the plaster as it hissed a single command, "Stay quiet." I froze. Was this what the warning on the basement door meant? If I spoke, what would I be answering? What was asking? The skull-faced thing reached out one arm, joints cracking loudly. Its hand stretched toward me, fingers long and pointed like someone had carved bone into talons. The tapping in the walls grew louder, closer. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Something inside the walls moved toward the living room. The copy suddenly jerked, as if pulled by an unseen force. Its eyes widened, not with hunger or malice, but fear. I never expected something that looked like me to feel fear. But it did. It whispered, trembling. It chose you. Then the skull-faced thing lunged, not toward me, toward the copy. The creature wearing my face shrieked, a harsh, broken sound, and launched itself sideways with unnatural speed, vanishing into the far hallway before I could even blink. The skull-faced monster tore after it, scraping the walls as it chased the copy down the dark corridor. Their footsteps thundered into the distance. Screams, mine and not mine, echoed through the house, and then silence, heavy, suffocating silence. I didn't know whether the copy escaped or was ripped apart. I didn't know whether the skull-faced thing would come back for me next. But I knew one thing with absolute clarity. The house wasn't haunted. It was hungry. Something inside it didn't want me gone. It wanted me trapped. It wanted me changed, replaced, absorbed into whatever nightmare lived in the walls. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I backed away from the hallway. The faintest brush of something soft traced the back of my ankle, a draft, or fingers reaching out. I didn't look down to find out. I moved toward the kitchen. If the front door was sealed, maybe a window. A sound behind me froze my legs. Footsteps, slow ones, but not the skull-faced creatures dragging, wet steps, light footsteps, familiar ones, my own. I turned slowly. The hallway was empty. Then a figure stepped from the right, out of the bathroom door. It was me. A new copy. This one looked fresher, closer to perfect, too perfect. No cracks at the mouth, no black voids for eyes. Just a mirror walking without glass. It smiled with my smile. But when it spoke, the voice wasn't quite right. Are you okay? Its tone was softer, almost gentle, but a tremor hid beneath it, like it struggled to balance the shape of the words. I found something, it said. Down there. It nodded toward the basement. No? I whispered before I could stop myself. The copy flinched as if slapped. Its smile flickered. You shouldn't talk, it murmured. Not when it's awake. My blood iced. What is awake? I asked despite myself. The copy's expression twisted into something pained. It raised an arm, trembling, and pointed toward the walls. And for the first time, I heard it clearly. Not just tapping, not just scratching, but breathing. Slow, steady breathing. Something massive filled the walls of the house. Something that stretched through the beams and foundation, pulsing like a living lung behind every inch of wood. The copy took a shaky step closer, lowering its voice. It grows every time someone speaks to it. The walls exhaled. Air rushed past my ears, warm and damp. The house was breathing on me. The copy leaned closer, trembling harder. You need to come with me, it whispered, before it opens the rest of the house. The lights flickered again, long enough for me to see something horrifying across the hallway. Every doorframe bulged outward, as if something behind them pressed to push through. The walls inhaled again, a deep, heavy pull of air. The copy grabbed my wrist. We don't have long. The plaster above us cracked with a loud snap. Dust rained down. A single line split across the ceiling, jagged and wide, as if an unseen claw dragged through the upper floor. Another voice joined the breathing, faint, choked, whispering my name from somewhere deep behind the boards. Not one voice. Many, all different versions of me, layered, tangled, calling out like trapped animals. The house had taken them, all of them. My legs wobbled. My vision tightened. Panic clawed upward in my chest. The copy tugged again, harder. Then, a scream tore through the house. Not mine, not the copy's. The skull-faced creature shrieked somewhere in the dark, a sound thick with fury. The breathing in the walls stopped. The house went still. The copy's grip tightened painfully around my wrist. We have to go, it rasped. But before we could move, the basement door slammed shut. And from behind it, in a voice that matched mine perfectly, something whispered, "Let me out." The copy's eyes widened with horror. That one isn't me. Its grip on my wrist loosened. Then, 3 taps sounded behind the walls, slow, deliberate, much closer than before. Something was right behind the plaster, inches from breaking through. The house inhaled, and the floor beneath my feet began to drop. The floor didn't break the way floors normally collapse. There was no snap of wood, no violent drop, no sudden vacuum beneath my feet. It sagged first, dipping like something underneath pressed upward, stretching the boards until they bent under my weight. I staggered, grabbing the nearest wall, but the plaster beneath my palm pulsed, actually pulsed, like warm skin. A heartbeat thumped inside it, slow and heavy, vibrating through the studs and into my bones. The house wasn't just breathing now, it was alive, and it wanted me below. The copy beside me, still clutching my wrist, tensed as the floor dipped further. Its grip tightened enough to hurt, but I didn't dare pull away. Its face twisted, my features contorting with a fear I understood too well. "Don't fall," it whispered. "If it takes you down, you won't come back the same." Its voice cracked on the last word. Not like it was scared for itself, but scared for me. And that terrified me more than anything. The thing trying to replace me was afraid of what waited beneath the floor. The boards buckled. A split opened between them, widening in a slow, steady stretch, as if pulled apart by invisible fingers. Cold air rushed out, carrying a rancid smell. Wet earth, mildew, something metallic, something old. The crack widened enough to reveal darkness below, a void that seemed to swallow the faint moonlight trickling into the room. Something shifted down there. Something large. Something that scraped against the beams with a low, dragging groan. The copy yanked me backward just as the floor sagged again. "Move back. Move back now." I stumbled with it, but every inch we stepped away, the crack followed, stretching toward us like a mouth widening to swallow anything within reach. A deep rumble rolled through the house, vibrating the windows in their frames. Dust drifted from the ceiling, sprinkled across my hair and shoulders. Then the house inhaled again. The pull of air wrenched at my clothes. Papers slid across the floor toward the crack. A lamp toppled and skidded, clattering until it teetered at the edge and dropped into the dark. I didn't hear it hit bottom. "Run," the copy hissed. I didn't argue. We bolted toward the hallway, feet pounding the boards that creaked and groaned under the strain. Behind us, the crack chased us like a creature trying to swallow our steps. The inhaling pull grew stronger, dragging loose objects across the floor and tugging at my ankles. The hallway doorframe loomed ahead. I lunged for it. A hand shot out from the darkness behind the frame. I froze so abruptly that I nearly choked on my own breath. It was another hand, thin, pale, trembling, reaching from the side of the frame where no one stood. Fingers curled, scratching at the air like a blind thing feeling its way forward. Then another hand, then a third, pushing through the plaster like it was soft clay. The wall bulged as the hands pressed through, stretching the paint as cracked spider, webbed around them. The copy shoved me aside and threw its shoulder into the opposite wall, pulling me away from the grasping hands. "Don't let them touch you," it warned. "They're not alive. They're what's left of the ones who answered." My stomach twisted. The muffled voices behind the walls, the whispers that sounded like versions of me. I understood now. They weren't echoes. They were trapped. The hands strained further, elbows forming beneath the paint, heads pushing against the plaster like faces trapped behind thin glass. Their mouths opened soundlessly, stretching wider and wider as if screaming, but no sound escaped. Only air rushed out in short, trembling breaths, adding to the low hum of the house's lungs. The copy grabbed my wrist again. Go now. Don't look at them." But I did look, because one face pushed through the wall fully enough for its features to become clear, and my legs buckled when I recognized it. It was me, not the perfect copy, not the damaged one, not the grin-split creature from earlier. It was me, exactly as I looked before moving into this house. Same skin tone, same hair, same tired but human eyes. It stared at me with an expression so desperate it hurt to see. Its lips parted, straining against the thin layer of paint covering them, and in a weak, suffocated whisper, that barely reached my ears. It said, "Don't let it take you." The paint tore as its mouth widened too far, the jaw stretching unnaturally. Then the face was yanked backward into the darkness behind the wall, disappearing so violently that chunks of plaster broke loose and crashed onto the floor. The house exhaled. A blast of damp air surged down the hallway, sweeping dust and debris past us. My eyes burned as the force shoved me against the opposite wall. The copy held tight to my shirt, anchoring me in place. "We need to get upstairs," it shouted. "It can't reach as easily through the upper walls." I didn't question how it knew that. I didn't question anything anymore. Not after the house tore my face from the wall and dragged it into the dark. We sprinted for the staircase. The moment my foot hit the bottom step, a violent jolt ran through the house, like something massive slammed into the foundation from below. The staircase rattled but held. Behind us, the living room floor gave way with a deep, endless roar, collapsing into the darkness beneath. Objects plunged into the void, swallowed without echo. Even the walls groaned, bending inward toward the hole, like the house itself was collapsing into a hungry throat. The copy shoved me up the stairs. "Keep going. Don't stop." I climbed 2 steps at a time, lungs burning. The railing shook violently beneath my hand, rattling like bones. Halfway up, I spotted something carved into the risers, faint scratch marks deep in the wood. Not random scratches. Words. "Do ndletiter vici." I tripped, catching myself on the railing. My heart felt like a trapped animal beating against my ribs, desperate to escape. The copy didn't look back. "Hurry." We reached the top of the stairs just as the collapse reached the base. The stairs bowed, then slumped, nearly buckling under the shift. If we'd been a second slower, we would have fallen straight into whatever waited below. I turned toward the hallway upstairs. It was darker than the lower level, as if every shadow was packed tighter, heavier, pressing against the edges of the walls. The carpet muffled our footsteps, swallowing the sound rather than softening it. Something about the air felt wrong up here. Thinner, colder, heavier all at once. I pressed a hand against the nearest wall. It wasn't breathing, not like the lower floor. Instead, it trembled, shivering with tiny, twitching motions like a swarm of insects crawling beneath the surface. Before I could pull my hand away, faint voices rose inside the wall, whispering, dozens of whispers, all using my voice, all saying different things at once. My breath hitched as the whispers crashed together into a chaotic blur, growing louder until I could make out single phrases. "Don't speak. It's listening. It hears everything. It wants your tongue." My hand recoiled from the wall so fast I scraped my knuckles. The whispers cut off instantly. The copy stepped closer. "Don't touch the walls," it murmured. "They're thin up here." "Too thin." "Thin?" I asked before I could stop myself. It nodded. "They're listening. And once it remembers your words, it can climb into you. Through the voice. Through the breath." My stomach twisted. "Is that what happened to them?" I whispered, jerking my chin toward the hallway downstairs where the faces had pushed through. The copy swallowed hard. They didn't stay quiet. They answered when it called, and it learned them. I felt dizzy. My mind wanted to reject everything, but my body already accepted it. The house wasn't haunted. It was predatory. It mimicked voices so you'd answer, and answering gave it permission to study you, to shape you, to take you. The copy reached the last door on the right and paused. Its hand hovered over the knob, fingers trembling. Inside, it whispered, "We'll be safe for a moment." A moment. Not long. Not enough. But more than we had in the open hallway, where the walls twitched and whispered like living things waiting for command. The copy opened the door. Inside was a small bedroom with a single bed, a dusty dresser, and a cracked lamp on the nightstand. The room looked untouched, like the last person who used it left suddenly and never returned. The air felt still here, unnaturally still compared to the rest of the house. The copy shut the door behind us, locking it. I leaned against the wall, chest heaving, heart battering my ribs. What does it want? The copy stood near the window, staring out at the dark tree line behind the house. It wants to be you, it whispered. But it can't take you all at once. It needs your voice. It needs your breath. It needs your shape. I swallowed. Why me? The copy turned slowly. Its face shifted, just slightly, but enough that something inside me jolted. My version didn't last, it said quietly, so it needed another one. My pulse stuttered. Your version. It nodded. I was here before you. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. What do you mean? The copy stepped closer, expression tightening. I lived here. Then it learned me. Then it erased me. And then it tried to rebuild me. I stared. My brain couldn't keep up. Then, what are you? Its eyes softened with sadness. A mistake. A broken piece it couldn't finish. I felt the world closing in. If it erased you, how are you here? The copy touched its chest, right over the heart, because a part of me didn't want to vanish. A part of me clung to the house instead of letting it swallow me. Its voice broke. Now I'm stuck halfway between myself and what it tried to create. My throat tightened. And you brought me upstairs so it couldn't reach me, so I could tell you before it does, because it's close. The copy stepped back from me. It likes you. More than me, more than any of the others. A chill crawled down my spine. I clenched my jaw. What do we do? The copy hesitated. Then it said, we need to go deeper. I stared at it in disbelief. Deeper? Into what? Into the part of the house where it sleeps, before it finishes waking up. Before it fully remembers your voice. No, I whispered. We just saw the basement. I'm not going. The basement, the copy interrupted softly, isn't the bottom. A cold wave ran through me. There's something underneath, the copy said. A space no one built. A space the house grew. My skin prickled. How do you know? It stepped closer. Too close. Its voice dropped to a fragile whisper. Because I came from there. Silence swallowed the room. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, a soft sound rose from the hallway. 3 taps, a pause. 3 taps. The walls shivered. The ceiling creaked. The room's doorknob began to turn on its own. The copy's face drained of all expression as it backed away from the door. It found us, it whispered. We have to go. Now. The floorboards beneath us pulsed like a heartbeat. Then the house inhaled again, long and deep. And the door handle finished turning. The doorknob turned with such slow precision that each click felt deliberate, as if the hand on the other side savored every inch of metal twisting beneath its grip. I backed away until my spine pressed against the cold window frame. The copy mirrored me, its eyes fixed on the knob as though expecting it to explode inward at any second. The silence between the faint metallic clicks swallowed everything else. The sound of our breathing, the house's distant groans, even the soft twitching inside the walls. When the latch finally slid free, a breath of air crept through the gap, carrying that same damp, earthy smell from the crack downstairs. Something old. Something that had never known light. The copy lifted a finger to its lips, as though reminding me again to stay quiet, but there was no need. I couldn't have spoken even if I tried. My throat had tightened into something like a knot. The door didn't swing open immediately. Instead, it eased inward half an inch, then stopped, as if whatever stood behind it wanted us to know it was there before it stepped in. A thin, gray hand appeared first. It emerged through the gap like a spider limb, then curled around the edge of the door. The fingers were too long, bending at angles that made my stomach churn. They traced the wood with slow strokes, almost caressing it. The door creaked as the creature pushed it open further, an inch at a time. The shadows in the hall seemed to thicken, pulled toward the doorway like smoke sucked into a vent. A faint glow pulsed from behind the creature. The flickering basement light again, the one that should have been shattered hours ago. Then the creature stepped into view. It wasn't the skull-faced thing anymore. This shape was taller, thinner, its spine bending in several places like a broken marionette held together by nerves instead of strings. Its head rose to near the top of the doorframe, but it hung loosely, drooping as though the neck was too weak to hold it up. Its skin looked stretched across the bone, shadowed in places where something pulsed beneath it. When it lunged forward, I realized the movements weren't fluid. They lagged, shuddering as if they were being played out of sync. It was learning to walk, learning to move like something it had studied. Like me. The copy pressed a hand against my chest, gently, guiding me backward toward the corner behind the dresser. It stepped in front of me with a stance that mimicked protection. I didn't know whether that comforted or horrified me more. The creature in the doorway twitched, head jerking upward until it's empty. Dark eyes, eyes that didn't reflect a single speck of light, fixed on the copy. A sound rose from its throat, a low rumble that wavered unpredictably. It sounded like it was trying to speak, but couldn't form the sounds yet. The house quivered around us the moment it made the noise. The walls rippled, faint but visible, like skin tightening. Dust drifted from the ceiling. A faint thump echoed through the floorboards. Something below reacting to the creature's attempt at a voice. The copy's hand trembled where it touched me. It's mimicking. It whispered so softly that even I barely heard it. It's trying to find the right shape, the right sound, the right tone. Don't answer it. As if hearing those words, the creature shuddered and opened its mouth. My jaw dropped as I heard the sound that followed. My laugh. The exact same nervous chuckle I had made earlier downstairs, right before trying the front door. It was spot on. Same pitch, same rhythm, same breath pattern. But the creature couldn't fully keep up with the timing, so the laugh staggered, cutting off too early, then starting again in a strange loop. It sent a jolt of terror through me, not because it copied it, but because it was practicing it, perfecting it. The copy stepped forward. Leave him alone. The creature's head twitched violently toward the copy. With jerking steps, it began to enter the room. Its feet dragged against the floor, leaving thin streaks of dark residue in the carpet fibers. The hallway behind it groaned as the walls buckled inward slightly, responding to the creature's movement. It was like watching a giant lung expanding around a parasite. As it stepped fully inside, the air in the room thinned. The copy tensed and subtly moved in front of me again, its breath shallow. "Don't let it touch you," it whispered. "If it touches you, it can take your breath, and then it can speak with your voice." The creature snapped its head toward us. Then it moved, not with slow, jerky movements this time. It darted forward with a sudden, fluid lunge that sent the dresser skidding aside as if it weighed nothing. I gasped. The copy shoved me to the floor and rolled to the side, barely avoiding the creature's hands as they slammed into the wall above where my head had been. The plaster cracked under the force, a web spreading across the entire corner. The creature pulled its hands free, pieces of plaster falling from its fingers like skin flaking off a corpse. It twisted its neck toward me, opening its mouth again. That awful laugh repeated, smoother this time, closer to perfect, closer to mine. The copy grabbed my arm and yanked me roughly across the floor toward the bed. "Go under," it ordered. "What?" I hissed. "Under the bed. Now." The creature lunged again, but this time its movement lagged. A stutter in its limbs, a glitch in its timing. The copy shoved me hard, sending me sliding under the bed just as the creature slammed down where I'd been. The entire mattress bowed, dust scattering into my face. I tried to hold my breath, but panic forced small gasps through my throat. From under the bedskirt, I saw the creature's feet. They twisted, contorting from side to side as it sniffed the air, searching. The copy stood across the room, chest heaving. And then the creature did something that nearly broke me. It spoke, not with my laugh this time, but with my voice. "Are you here?" it asked, tone gentle. Identical to mine on the mornings I tried to talk myself into pretending everything was fine. My heart nearly gave out. It sounded exactly like I would have sounded if I didn't know a monster was in the room. "Come out," it whispered sweetly. "It's okay." The bed frame shook as the creature grabbed the edge and bent down. Its long fingers curled beneath the mattress, inches from my face. I clamped my hands over my mouth, fighting the urge to scream. The house inhaled again, drawing the curtains inward as if a giant mouth pulled everything toward the creature. The copy leapt onto the creature's back, arms locking around its neck. The sudden move startled the thing. It lurched upward, slamming its spine into the ceiling and cracking the plaster. The room thundered with impact. The copy hung on tightly, its face strained with effort. "Run!" it yelled. I scrambled out from under the bed, lungs burning with terror, and darted toward the hallway. The creature shrieked behind me, a warped, broken echo of my own scream. Its arms flailed, smashing the bed frame to splinters. The floor shook under my feet as I sprinted down the hall. The walls twitched violently, bulging inward as dozens of faint hands pressed against them from the other side. Voices whispered inside the plaster. Hundreds of voices. All mine. Downstairs, the copy shouted behind me. "The house opened a path!" A path! The lower level had collapsed. How could there be a path? But I didn't question it. I ran. The staircase loomed ahead, but the steps were bent, cracked, half, buried in debris. As I approached, the boards shifted, reshaping themselves bit by bit. The steps pressed outward, rising into place like vertebrae from a spine reconstructing itself. The house was rebuilding, opening the way, inviting me down. The air turned colder the closer I got to the steps. They straightened just enough for me to descend without falling. Behind me, the creature barreled down the hallway, the copy clinging to its back. The walls shook with each impact as the monster crashed into the doorframes. Its scream grew louder, sharper, more perfect with every second. It was learning my voice through the copy's shouting. I descended the stairs 2 at a time, barely keeping balance. At the landing, I paused just long enough to catch my breath and froze. The entire lower floor was gone. The living room no longer existed. The kitchen, the walls, the floorboards, everything had been torn away, leaving a vast, cavernous pit beneath the house. A giant chasm stretched out where the home's foundation should have been. The remaining edges of the room clung to beams that hung over the void like ribs over a gaping stomach. And deep below, far below, something breathed. The sound rose from the black pit, wet, slow, patient. A heartbeat pounded through the cavern floor, shaking the boards beneath me. The copy slid down the stairs behind me, slamming into my back. "It's waking up," it gasped. "This is your only chance. Jump." "Jump where?" I cried. "There's nothing." "There is," the copy insisted. "You just can't see it yet." Behind us, the creature reached the top of the stairs and let out a scream so perfectly matched to my own that the hair on my arms stood straight up. Then, something deep below answered. The house exhaled, and the boards beneath my feet split open, not downward, sideways. A narrow tunnel yawned before me, carved out of thick, twitching material that looked nothing like stone or wood. It pulsed faintly, alive yet still, waiting. The copy shoved me toward it. "Go, before the real one wakes." I stumbled forward just as the creature lunged down the stairs in one fluid jump. The house inhaled again, and I fell into the tunnel. The tunnel swallowed me without impact, without the expected shock of landing on solid ground. Instead, I slid through something soft, fleshy yet smooth, cold but not inert. The walls pulsed faintly, tightening and loosening in slow rhythms that made my stomach lurch. It felt like being pulled down a giant throat. A faint hum traveled through the tissue around me, almost like distant voices vibrating through bone. My hands scraped along ridges and folds that flexed beneath my touch, responding to my movement with a slow contraction that pushed me farther in. Panic surged hard enough to blur my vision. For the first time since entering this house, I wondered if the choice to follow the copy was a trap. Then the tunnel widened abruptly, and I tumbled forward onto something firm but uneven. The floor here wasn't wood or dirt, it was a patchwork of hardened surfaces, layered as though countless boards, stones, and objects had fused into one mass over decades. The air smelled of damp timber and rusted iron. When I lifted my head, dim light flickered from somewhere above, revealing a cavern-like expanse beneath the house. But cavern wasn't the right word. This place didn't feel carved, it felt grown. The copy dropped through the tunnel seconds after me. It hit the fused ground with a grunt and rolled onto its side. I scrambled toward it, but it raised a hand in warning. Its face looked strained, as if something inside it trembled with effort. "Don't touch me," it said. "It's still listening through me." I froze. What does that mean? The copy sat upright slowly, head tilting as though listening to distant noises. I'm linked to it. Partially. It hears through me sometimes, sees through me. I don't know when it can or can't. It looked at me with a mixture of regret and wariness, expressions that looked unsettling on my own features. But I know one thing. It hasn't figured out your voice entirely yet. That's why we're still alive. Before I could ask anything else, a series of cracks rippled through the tunnel above. Dust and debris rained down, and a jagged limb, too thin, too long, jabbed through the fleshy material. The creature from upstairs was forcing its way down. The copy grabbed my arm. "We have to move. It's stronger down here." "Why?" "Because this is where it was made." The space stretched far into darkness, but faint shapes dotted the ground, objects that had no business being in any kind of basement. A doorknob, a chair leg, a child's shoe, a cracked frame containing half a family portrait. All of them half merged into the floor, as if swallowed but not digested. My breath caught as I approached the shoe. It looked old, mud-caked, as if the child who wore it never left. "Don't look too close," the copy warned. "It remembers through those things. They're pieces of the ones it took." A chill crawled across my arms. How many people have lived here? Not lived. The copy corrected softly. "Stopped here." I wrapped my arms around myself. "What even is this place?" The copy turned toward the deeper darkness. "The heart." The word hit me hard enough to steal breath. The heart of the house. The center of everything. The thing that breathed behind the walls. The thing that twisted reflections into half-formed versions. The thing that learned voices, stole faces, and made copies like a painter forced to recreate the same portrait over and over until perfect. Another crack erupted overhead. The creature slammed through the tunnel wall, falling with a sickening thud. But it didn't stay down. It rose with jerky movements, limbs rearranging themselves in sharp angles until it stood taller than before. Its head snapped toward us, and it let out a near-perfect copy of my voice whispering my own name. The copy grabbed my wrist. "Run." We sprinted across the uneven ground. The cavern floor thumped beneath our feet, resonating like a drum. The creature howled behind us. My howl, but filled with a rasp that didn't belong to any throat capable of real breath. It followed, limbs scraping along the grown floor with frantic, skittering steps. Ahead of us, the cavern shifted. Walls pulsed faintly and opened like sliding doors. The copy didn't hesitate, pulling me through one of the openings, just as the creature slammed into the ground where we'd stood seconds earlier. The doorway collapsed behind us, sealing the creature out for now. "What is this place doing?" I panted. "Shifting," the copy said. "It's adapting to you." "Why? Why me?" "Because you're the cleanest voice it's heard in a long time." A deep rumble vibrated through the ground. Slowly, a faint glow appeared ahead, golden, flickering like candlelight. I frowned. "There's light." "No," the copy murmured. "Not light. Memory." We approached cautiously. The glow came from a cluster of objects embedded in the wall, mirrors. At least 6 of them, each one half submerged in the surface like they'd been pulled inward. When I drew closer, I saw shapes inside the glass. Not reflections. Faces. My faces. Some younger, some older, some gaunt, some terrified, some with mouths stretched wide in silent screams. My breath hitched as one face pressed against the inside of the mirror closest to me, its hands pushing outward as though trying to escape. Its eyes were wild, pleading. The copy grabbed my shoulder, pulling me back. "Don't touch it." What are they?" Versions it made. Versions it broke. Versions that didn't hold. "You're not the first it tried to keep." A sickening wave crawled up my spine. "If they're stuck, why aren't you in there?" The copy's jaw tightened. I was. For a while. But I slipped out. How? The copy hesitated. Because I refused to be it, and it hates refusal. A thunderous crash echoed behind us. The creature had found another way in. Its voice, my voice, called my name again, this time smoother, richer, closer to perfection. "We need to move," the copy said. "Now." We ran deeper into the cavern, the glow fading behind us. The path sloped downward, then twisted sharply into a narrow passage where the walls pulsed like veins. The sound of breathing, deep, heavy, grew louder. At the end of the passage, the space widened again, revealing something that made my blood freeze. A giant shape rested in the center. Not a form, not exactly. More like a cluster of limbs, torsos, ribs, and pieces of faces woven into a mound. Each part twitched faintly, as though stirred by dreams. The mound rose and fell with slow breaths. The air vibrated with each exhale. It was alive, and it was growing. "Don't get close," the copy whispered. "That's the center." The mound twitched. A dozen eyes blinked open at once, some too small, some too large, some arranged in ways no skull could hold. Each eye scanned the space. Then they all focused on me. The mound inhaled sharply. The air rushed toward it, dragging dust and small objects across the floor. "Back," the copy yelled, grabbing my arm. But it was too late. The mound spoke, not in one voice, in hundreds. All of them mine. Calm hum. The entire cavern shook. The creature behind us screamed in fury. As though jealous of the attention the mound gave me, the copy yanked me behind a large pillar of fused debris. "It knows you're here. It sees you." The mound's limbs shifted. A large hand, pale, smooth, almost human, emerged from the mass and reached toward us. Not toward the copy. Toward me. The copy shoved me farther behind the pillar. "It wants to take you now. But it can't? Not fully? Not yet." The hand scraped the floor, dragging itself closer. The mound whispered again, hundreds of layered voices blending into one terrifying chorus. "Woe you are ilmosht." My mouth fell open. Almost. What does that mean? The copy stared at me with an expression that wasn't fear, but horror. "It means you're nearly the match it's been waiting for." The mound's hand lunged. The cavern floor cracked beneath us. The creature from upstairs burst into the room, shrieking in a perfect copy of my terrified scream. The house inhaled. The mound roared, and the floor beneath me broke open. The floor didn't simply collapse. This time it peeled open. Large slabs of fused material pulled apart like a jaw unhinging, exposing a darker layer beneath the cavern. I felt the drop before I saw it, a sudden tilt, the ground tipping as though something beneath it rolled over. My legs buckled. My arms flailed for any grip, and then gravity claimed me. The world above snapped shut as I fell through the opening, the last thing I saw being the copy diving after me and the creature lunging toward the edge in furious desperation. Cold air slammed against my body as I plummeted. Not empty air, it felt thick, humid, almost viscous, and it rushed upward past my ears with a low rumbling that vibrated my ribs. My scream tore from my throat before I could stop it. Too loud, too sharp, a mistake. My voice echoed through the space, spiraling downward with me. The house heard it. The air tightened, like the entire chamber inhaled in one long, rattling gasp. Then something unseen grabbed me, not a hand or limb, but pressure itself, slowing my descent as if a giant invisible palm pressed against my back. The force held me suspended for a moment, trembling, then lowered me the final few feet until my shoes touched solid ground, or what I thought was solid. The moment my weight settled, The surface beneath my feet rippled. A wave of movement traveled outward across the floor, sending ripples through the vast space. The ground resembled a membrane stretched over something immense, something shifting beneath. I staggered back, nearly losing balance as the membrane pulsed, lifting gently before settling again. The copy landed beside me seconds later with a harsh thud. It rolled onto its knees, coughing. The sound was wrong, thin, glitchy, like a recording skipping. When it lifted its head, its features flickered briefly, like a corrupted reflection trying to stabilize. "Don't shout again," it rasped. "Down here." It hears everything perfectly. I stared upward, expecting to see the hole above us, but the ceiling was sealed. The house closed it as though it had never been there. We were sealed inside its deepest layer. "What is this place?" I whispered. The copy's answer came without hesitation: "It's womb." The word made my stomach drop. Before I could speak again, a deep groan rumbled beneath the membrane floor. Something huge shifted below it, something with weight, mass, and intention. The entire space trembled. Dust drifted from the ceiling in fine sheets. The membrane quivered. It was waking. The chamber stretched farther than the cavern above, twice as wide, 3 times as tall, the ceiling disappearing into darkness. Strange structures rose from the floor like growths, thick columns that looked half organic, half man-made. Some pulsed faintly, as if carrying currents of breath or blood. Others lay dormant, cracked, leaking dark fluid onto the membrane. Embedded objects littered the space: doors, windows, sections of stairs, broken railings. Entire chunks of rooms swallowed and fused together like misplaced organs. The house wasn't built, it grew. The membrane beneath us tightened suddenly, lifting us a few inches before settling again. The sound that followed wasn't the deep breathing of before. It was lighter, faster. Curious, it sensed me. The copy pulled me behind one of the large columns. "It recognizes you. It's comparing you." "To what?" The copy pointed to the far wall. I followed its gesture, and every hair on my body stood straight up. Against the wall stood figures. Rows of them. Dozens. All resembling me. Not exact copies. Unfinished ones. Some had no eyes, just indentations where sockets should be. Others had mouths stretched across their cheeks. Some were missing limbs. Others had extra joints, bent in unnatural ways. A few barely held together, bodies sagging like wax sculptures left in heat. Their faces twisted as though frozen in the middle of forming an expression. Every one of them faced my direction. As I watched, one figure twitched, then another. A hand lifted weakly. A jaw clicked open and shut. "Those are the ones it didn't like," the copy whispered. It made them, and discarded them when they didn't match. One of the figures broke free from the wall and took a step toward us. Its foot sank into the membrane with a wet sound. A faint voice leaked from its throat. My voice, but garbled, as though spoken through cracked speakers. "Where?" Another figure detached itself, slumping forward with jerky movements. Then another. Soon a dozen incomplete versions lurched toward us, arms outstretched as if drawn to me by instinct alone. The copy grabbed my wrist. "Don't let them touch you. They're hollow. They want your breath." The malformed versions picked up speed, stumbling faster than they should have been able to. Their hands reached forward, trembling violently. Some dragged limp legs. Others crawled with broken fingers that cracked with each pull. I backed up until my spine met the column. "What does it want from me? Why me?" The copy looked at me, sorrow ghosting through its features. "Because you're the closest to complete." The words punched through me harder than any fall could have. Before I could respond, a shriek echoed from above. Sharp, piercing, familiar. The creature from the upper level burst through a tear in the membrane ceiling, dropping down with claws, dragging long streaks across the floor. Its body hit the surface with a heavy thud that sent tremors through the chamber. It rose with fluid ease, its limbs fully realigned. Its eyes bright with a malicious intelligence that hadn't been there before. It had learned me better. The malformed versions halted instantly. All of them turned toward the creature with twitching stillness, their heads tilting in unison. The creature smiled, my smile. Then it pointed directly at me. Every malformed version lunged at once. The copy shoved me sideways just before a swarm of half-finished bodies crashed into the column, cracking it with a sound like snapping bone. I stumbled across the membrane floor, shoes sticking slightly with each step. Figures reached for me with fingers that bent like softened clay. The creature sprinted after me with impossible speed, its movements fully synchronized now, as fluid as mine, but faster. The copy tackled 3 malformed versions, dragging them down as they clawed at its skin. A 4th grabbed its shoulder. A 5th gripped its hair. The copy screamed my voice, not perfectly, but close enough that the house responded. The entire chamber inhaled with vicious force. Air surged toward the center where a massive indentation formed. A giant, gaping cavity pulling everything toward it. I fought against the wind, leaning forward, but my feet slid across the membrane. The malformed versions lost their footing first, sliding and tumbling into the cavity, their limbs flailing as they were swallowed without resistance. The copy braced itself against a column,
shouting, "Run! Don't let it pull you in! Move!"
I couldn't move. The suction grew stronger, ripping loose objects across the chamber, dragging debris, limbs, versions, everything toward the cavity. Then I felt it, a whisper against my ear, not sound. Breath. The house spoke, in my perfect voice. "You're ready now." The suction intensified, yanking me forward so sharply that my knees buckled. I skidded toward the cavity, screaming. The edge loomed closer, black, deep, bottomless. Just as I reached the rim, a hand grabbed my arm. The copy. Its grip trembled violently, but it held on, its face contorted with strain. "It wants you alive. Don't let it." Before it could finish, the creature slammed into us both, shrieking in my voice. The 3 of us tumbled into the darkness together. The fall didn't feel like falling. There was no rush of wind, no weightlessness, no sense of descent. It felt instead like the world folded around us, swallowing us like pages collapsing on themselves. The darkness wasn't absence. It clung to my skin with a faint static charge, humming with distant murmurs. I couldn't see the copy or the creature, but I felt both. One hand gripping my arm with desperate force, the other presence twisting nearby with frantic, jerking movements as it tumbled alongside us. Then we hit something. Not ground, something softer. Something that gave beneath my weight like empty flesh, stretching before pushing me back up with slow recoil. My breath slammed into my chest, knocking the air from my lungs. When I could see again, faint blue glimmers lit the space around us. They weren't lights. They were eyes. Hundreds of them. Not full eyes, just the faint leftover shapes of eyes pressed into the walls like impressions of faces that had leaned too close. Some blinked sluggishly, others fluttered open and closed in quick, nervous spasms. Their pupils weren't dark, they glowed with that same muted blue. Watching the 3 of us from every angle, the copy landed beside me with a grunt, rolling into a crouch. The creature slammed into the ground not far away, limbs splayed like a broken insect. It twitched, readjusting its joints with slow, grinding motions before rising. I scrambled backward, hands digging into the soft floor. It reminded me of wet leather, thick, pliable, warm. My stomach twisted. "We're in the hollow," the copy whispered. "The space nothing escapes." The creature's head snapped toward us. Its face, my face, flickered between expressions, each one smoother than the last. It was perfecting me in real time. When it smiled now, the grin held emotion. When it blinked naturally. Even the way it turned its head matched my exact mannerisms. It raised its hand in a gesture that could almost have been comforting. "Come here," it said. My voice, perfect, soft, reassuring, but not me. As it stepped toward us, the walls rippled. The eye impressions blinked in a synchronized wave, shadows shifting across their surfaces. Something in the darkness behind them stirred. A deep, distant thump shook the floor beneath us, and the eyes snapped wide as if anticipating something. The creature paused, glancing at the walls, not with fear, but recognition. "It's here," the copy whispered. "The real one." "The real what?" The floor vibrated again. This time it wasn't a simple pulse. It continued, steady, rhythmic, like something colossal walking toward us from far beneath, too massive to see yet impossible to ignore. I grabbed the copy's arm. "Where do we go?" "There's nowhere to go," it said, eyes darting wildly. "Not until it chooses to open a path." "What does that mean?" "It means we stay alive until it decides what to do with us." The creature laughed softly. "As me?" Then contorted into a sharper smile, one that tugged its cheeks into unnatural angles. "You can't run anymore." It moved with a speed that made my heart spike. The copy shoved me aside, taking the brunt of the charge. They tumbled together, the creature's hands clawing at the copy's throat. The copy fought back, slamming its elbow into the creature's jaw. The impact echoed with a brittle crack, but the creature didn't react to pain. It simply realigned its jaw with a swift jerk and lunged again. I rushed forward, grabbing the creature's arm and pulling with everything I had. It didn't budge. It was like trying to move a statue rooted into the ground. Instead, it turned its head toward me, its eyes shifting slightly to match mine even closer. "I'm you," it said. "Let me." A chill spread through my limbs. "No, you're not." Its expression flickered, not with emotion, but with calculation. Behind us, the ground buckled upward. A mound swelled beneath the membrane floor. The eye impressions trembled, blinking rapidly. The vibrations grew stronger, heavier. Something enormous approached, pushing its way up. The copy tore free of the creature's grip and grabbed my shoulders.
We need to get off the rising section!
We ran, any direction, every direction, just to avoid the growing bulge beneath the floor. The creature twisted around, climbing to its feet with eerie grace before sprinting after us. Its speed was unreal, closing the distance in seconds. The mound beneath the membrane split open. A light burst upward, dim, golden, like the flicker of candle flame buried deep underground. The membrane tore, revealing the shape beneath. A face, huge, shapeless, incomplete. My face, not like the creature or the malformed versions. This one was vast, stretched across a mound of flesh that filled the entire hollow. Its features were exaggerated. Eyes too large, jaw too wide, but unmistakably mine. It blinked slowly, lids dragging with heavy weight. The sight froze every muscle in my body. It looked at me, and then it smiled. The cavern shook as the enormous jaw moved. That same golden flicker pulsed inside its throat as it spoke. "You can finish me." The sound wasn't a voice coming from outside. It came from behind my skull, like the house whispered through my own nerves. My knees buckled. "No," I breathed. The huge face blinked. "You will." The creature hissed behind me, seething with jealousy. It lunged again, this time aiming for my back. The copy intercepted it, tackling it to the floor. They rolled, limbs locking, both wearing my face in their own distorted ways. The giant face inhaled, the hollow shifting inward like a lung drawing air. The pull was enormous. The copy and the creature slid toward the mouth of the giant face. I dug my hands into the membrane floor, nails scraping across warm, pliant flesh as I fought the suction. The giant face murmured, "Come inside." "I'm not you," I yelled, voice cracking. It paused, then spoke gently, "You already are." The suction grew stronger. The copy screamed, gripping the floor until its fingers sank into the membrane. The creature clawed at the surface, shrieking in my voice. Too loud, too perfect. The giant face didn't want the creature. It wanted me. It was calling only to me. I felt my hands slipping. My knees dragged across the membrane. The suction tore at my clothes, at my breath, at my thoughts. The giant mouth opened wider, revealing flickers of golden light inside a darkness that felt endless. Then, a hand grabbed me. The copy. It latched onto my arm with desperation. pulling me backward with every ounce of its strength. Its voice shook. Don't let it take you. You can't let it. The creature bit into the copy's shoulder, ripping a chunk out with a wet tear. The copy howled. My howl warped with pain. The suction pulled harder. The giant face whispered tenderly, "You belong to me." My fingers slipped free of the membrane. My body lurched forward. The suction won. The giant mouth swallowed me whole. The moment the giant mouth closed around me, I didn't feel teeth or a throat. Instead, I felt pressure, a slow crushing weight from all sides, as if the world folded in on itself. A darkness thicker than anything I'd ever known swallowed my vision. It wasn't blindness. It was more like something pressed against my eyes, forcing them shut even while they remained open. Warm air pulsed around me in heavy waves. The smell was soil rot and something sharp and metallic, like rust ground into damp earth. I tried to scream, but the sound didn't leave my lungs. It stayed trapped inside my chest, vibrating uselessly against the pressure surrounding me. Something slick brushed against my cheek, then slid across my neck like a probing finger. I jerked back, but there was no back to move into. Only more of the tight, damp space squeezing closer. Then something else touched me, a fluttering sensation, almost like breath. Not my breath, not even human breath. It came from the sides, from the walls, warm and probing. A voice followed. Except it wasn't external. It was inside me, threading through my thoughts with quiet insistence, like someone whispering from behind my own skull. Don't be frightened. The voice shook me. It was mine. Perfectly mine. The same tone I had when trying to soothe myself after nightmares, but there was something beneath it. Another rhythm, another timbre, mimicking me with just a hint of delay, like an echo improving itself. I pressed my hands outward, pushing against the soft walls around me. They pulsed in response, tightening around my wrists, holding them still. Something warm slid up my forearm, almost affectionate. "You are almost finished," the voice murmured. My heart hammered. "I'm not yours," I managed to choke out. "I'm not. I didn't finish." The walls convulsed violently, squeezing until my ribs ached. The voice sharpened. "You are me. You always were." A sudden burst of light seared my eyes. I blinked hard, trying to focus. The pressure around me eased just enough that I could move my head. The space shifted, reshaping like a living chamber, adjusting its posture. The light didn't come from a lamp or flame. It came from faces, thousands of them, pressed into the walls like silhouettes trapped in translucent flesh. Each face was a version of mine, contorted, screaming, reaching outward. Their eyes glowed faintly, illuminating the chamber from within. Some faces looked fresh, some decayed. Some were stretched into expressions no human muscle could form. My stomach flipped. Were these all the versions it swallowed? Every failed attempt, every discarded echo of me. The voices in my head grew louder, overlapping, whispering, murmuring in harmony. "Be still. Let go. Come home." I gagged on panic. My hand brushed against a mouth embedded in the wall. My mouth. And it moved, forming breathless words. "Help me." The voice was weak, but the tone was undeniably mine. My throat tightened. I pulled my hand back, shaking violently. Another face pressed outward, lips parting wide, eyes wide with agony. "It changes you," it whispered. "Piece by piece, until you're nothing but an echo." The walls tensed at that, squeezing around the face until it flattened into silence. The giant voice resurfaced in my mind. They resisted. "You aren't resisting. That's why you're perfect." "I'm resisting," I spat, my voice cracking. "I'm resisting right now." The walls quivered. A low, guttural laugh rippled through the chamber. "You came when called. You answered. You belong." My chest heaved as panic shot through my veins. I shoved my shoulder into the wall and pushed with all my strength. The membrane dented slightly, then snapped back, tossing me off balance. The giant voice hummed with calm amusement. "There is no outside." A sudden screech tore through the chamber, echoing from somewhere far above. The creature. The one that had chased me screamed my voice in fury. The sound shook the walls. The faces within them twisted in pain. The giant voice hissed with irritation. It follows you. It wants your place. My heart slammed against my ribs.
Let it take it!
A surge of anger pulsed through the chamber so violently the walls convulsed, knocking me off my feet. No. The pressure tightened again, gripping my arms and legs, pinning me to the floor. The warm surface beneath me pulsed like a heartbeat. Something prodded my hairline, my jaw, my throat, as if tracing the lines of my face. You are the one that fits. Fits what? The pressure around my skull tightened until stars burst across my vision. The voice softened into a coaxing murmur. I will shape you. I will finish you. And you will live forever. A sharp pain shot through my cheek. I screamed. This time, the sound escaped. The scream bounced through the chamber, bouncing back at me as hundreds of copies repeated it at slightly different pitches. The faces in the walls contorted, mirroring my expression. Then the chamber changed. It brightened, dimly at first, then brighter, revealing a tunnel ahead, a way out. I scrambled toward it with sudden desperation, but the floor shifted beneath me. The opening wasn't a passage. It was a mouth. Another one. Smaller. Tighter, lined with soft folds like a newborn throat waiting to swallow. No, I breathed. No, no. A hand burst into the chamber from the other side. Not mine. Not the giant's. The copy. Its arms stretched through the tunnel mouth, fingers reaching toward me. Grab on? It shouted. The chamber roared with fury, the walls thrashing like the inside of a drowning lung. The copy reached farther, hand trembling. I can't hold this open long. Take my hand! The faces in the walls shrieked. The giant voice tore through my skull. You cannot leave. The floor lurched violently. The membrane mouth began to close, folding inward. I dove forward. My fingers brushed the copies, and the chamber snapped shut around my waist. The pressure clamped around my waist like a living vise, soft yet unbreakable, tightening with slow, deliberate force meant not to crush but to keep. A warm slickness slid across my hips as the chamber squeezed harder, trying to drag me backward. The copy strained in the tunnel mouth, half its body wedged through the shrinking opening. Its fingers locked around my wrist. The skin around my waist pulsed with heat, then cold, as though the house was adjusting its grip, testing my limits. My legs kicked uselessly behind me, swallowed up to the knees by the fleshy floor. Pull, the copy screamed, voice cracking under the effort. The tunnel around us shuddered like an esophagus rejecting something too solid to swallow. I dug my free hand into the copy's arm, nails scraping its skin, desperate for leverage. The chamber roared, not with sound but pressure. It throbbed, each pulse vibrating through my ribs. The faces pressed into the walls contorted with anger, their expressions jerking between shapes like a flickering film reel. 1,000 mouths opened in silent screams. Their eyes glowed brighter, illuminating the space with a sick, trembling light. Then the massive voice returned, cold and furious, sliding beneath my thoughts like a blade. You were me and E. A convulsion rippled through the chamber. The grip around my waist tightened sharply, lifting me off the floor and dragging me backward, inch by inch. I could feel the membrane trying to mold around my torso, as if adjusting itself to shape me. My breath hitched as something warm and needle-thin brushed my back, probing, tracing my spine. The copy let out a strained cry. Don't let it take you. Don't let it finish you. Finish me. The word hit like a physical blow. Another convulsion rocked the chamber, this one stronger, tightening around my waist until spots danced in my vision. My hand slipped from the copy's arm for a moment, and I felt myself sinking another inch into the living floor. The membrane crawled higher, pressing into my ribs, rising like a second skin that wanted to claim me whole. No, no. I thrashed wildly, kicking against the floor, clawing at the slick folds gripping me. My fingers found no purchase. The more I struggled, the faster it adapted, reshaping, smoothing, sealing. The copy shoved its arm farther through the closing mouth, its shoulder wedged against the tightening walls. "Take my hand!" Its fingers brushed mine again, but the chamber yanked me backward so hard my wrist slipped free. I screamed as the membrane rose to my chest. Panic turned into raw terror as I felt something thin and warm curling around my ribs. As if measuring me, deciding where I fit, the giant voice rumbled through the chamber, quieter now. Almost gentle. "Stop fighting. You belong inside." My chest constricted with more than the pressure. My own fear threatened to choke me. The copy slammed its palm against the tunnel's edge, trying to force the mouth open, but the walls squeezed tighter around it, crushing its arm with slow, methodical pressure. It cried out, voice glitching into a distorted echo.
You're not done yet!
The copy screamed, thrusting its mangled hand toward me again. "Don't let it finish you."
Giramoi!
Another surge of pressure rolled beneath me, and the membrane snapped around my chest like a wet fist, forcing the air from my lungs. Pain burst across my ribs. My vision blurred. My heartbeat thundered in my throat. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. The chamber's heat seeped into my bones, coaxing, carving, claiming. Faces pressed from all sides, biting, whispering, begging me to stop resisting. Their mouths opened wider, their silent screams transforming into one unified plea that vibrated through the air Leli-Gio. The chamber inhaled deeply, and the pull nearly tore my arms from their sockets. My face was halfway submerged, my ears filled with a muffled hum. The chamber tasted my skin, soft tongues of warmth sliding across my cheek as if memorizing me. The copy screamed my name. I barely heard it. My vision tunneled. The world narrowed to the copy's outstretched hand, a pale shape flickering in the shrinking tunnel mouth, and the fleshy walls rising toward my chin, ready to consume the last part of me that still belonged to me. I forced every muscle in my body to move. I reached. Our fingers touched, barely. My grip slipped. I tried again. The membrane rose to my throat. The copy lunged, stretching so far I heard its shoulder crack. Its fingertips scraped my wrist. "Take it," it shouted, voice breaking. I grabbed it. Our hands locked. The chamber shrieked, not with voices, through me. The force of its anger blasted through my mind like a wave of boiling air. My spine arched under the pressure. The membrane convulsed violently, tightening around my throat as if intent on snapping it before I could escape. The copy braced both feet against the tunnel's edge and pulled. Hard. The sound that followed was wet. Awful. The membrane tore from my skin with a sickening rip, as if tearing me out of a mold halfway set. Pain flared white, hot across my torso. My vision went black for a moment. Then light, real light, flooded in as the copy dragged me into the tunnel mouth. The chamber lashed out in frantic spasms. A tendril of flesh shot upward, wrapping around my ankle. I screamed in agony as it tightened, dragging me back toward the mouth of the cavern within the chamber. The copy seized my leg above the tendril.
Don't let it take you! Pull with me!
The tendril dug deeper into my skin, burning like fire. More tendrils writhed beneath the torn membrane, rising like hungry veins seeking a lost heartbeat. The chamber itself heaved, the entire floor bulging upward to reclaim me. My grip on the copy's wrist began to slip. My ankle felt like it was splitting open. The copy roared with effort, something primal, something desperate. "Yo or naut its mate th, yao or naut its,
Finis como oh!
With a final violent jerk, the copy tore me free. The tendril ripped loose, leaving a trail of something warm down my ankle. The chamber beneath shrieked, the sound rattling the tunnel walls. The mouth snapped shut behind us like a furious eyelid. We tumbled into the passage beyond, landing hard on fleshy ground that shuddered beneath us. I lay there gasping, trembling uncontrollably as the world swam in and out of focus. The copy hovered over me, breathing hard. Its face flickered again, rippling between my features and its own broken shape. It almost had you, it rasped. It was finishing you. I stared up at the tunnel ceiling, chest heaving, tears burning in my eyes. Why does it want me so badly? The copy's expression twisted into something both grief-stricken and terrified. Because you're the only version that ever escaped its mouth. Before I could respond, the tunnel shook violently. The creature, the perfect one, was coming, and this time it knew exactly where I was. The tunnel jolted so violently that I thought the walls would collapse inward and crush us. A deep groan vibrated through the fleshy passage, followed by a sharp, rhythmic thudding, footsteps too heavy to belong to anything human. The copy grabbed my arm and pulled me upright, its touch urgent but trembling. The skin of its shoulder, torn from earlier, dripped with a dark, syrupy fluid that steamed faintly when it hit the ground. It didn't seem to notice the pain. Its entire attention was fixed on the darkness behind us, where the thudding grew louder, clearer, faster. "It's close," the copy whispered. "Too close." I staggered to my feet, chest still burning from the chamber's grip. Every breath felt like knives scraping through my ribs. My ankle throbbed where the tendril had clung to me, leaving a thin, spiraling mark that pulsed in time with some alien heartbeat beneath my skin. The tunnel ahead stretched into dimness. No doors, no turns, just a narrowing, fleshy corridor that seemed to tighten the longer I stared at it. "What do we do?" I gasped. "Where do we go?" "We move," the copy said, pulling me forward. "Anywhere but here." But the tunnel shifted underfoot. The floor pulsed, then angled downward sharply. Not enough to knock us off balance, but enough that dread prickled across my skin. The house was guiding us, forcing us, hurting us. Behind us, the perfect creature roared, my roar, but deeper, fuller, entirely wrong. The sound ripped through the tunnel like a shockwave. The walls rippled. The air shivered. It was coming fast. We ran. Every footstep sank slightly into the fleshy floor, leaving behind dim impressions that filled themselves in moments after we passed. The tunnel narrowed until the walls brushed my shoulders. The air thickened into a humid fog that clung to my throat with a faint metallic taste. The sounds behind us grew sharper. Scraping, skittering, the rapid rhythm of limbs hitting the floor at unnatural angles. The perfect one was not just faster. It was hungry. The copy pulled me around a bend, finally a turn, and we stumbled into a wider chamber. This one was different. The floor wasn't soft, it was solid, almost like stone. Except it pulsed faintly. Ridges formed circular patterns across the ground like a vast fingerprint carved into the rock. At the far end stood a door, an actual door. Not wood, not metal, something grown into the shape of a door, but unmistakably a door. I stared at it in disbelief. What is that?" "The first people who tried to escape left it behind," the copy whispered. "And the house stole the idea. It pulled me forward." But the moment we stepped onto the chamber floor, the room reacted. The ridges lit with a faint, dim glow, brightening with every footstep. The walls quivered. A low hum began to vibrate through the space. Something was waking here, too. I grabbed the copy's arm. "What is this room?" It didn't answer at first, eyes fixed on the glowing ridges beneath our feet. When it finally spoke, its voice was a thin thread. "A testing place." "For what?" "For the ones it's almost finished." A chill raced up my spine. "We shouldn't be here." The perfect creature shrieked again, cutting off my words. It was close, too close, and the tunnel behind us bulged outward as its limbs pressed through. The walls split as it clawed its way into the chamber, its body elongated, reshaping, strengthening. Its eyes, my eyes, locked onto me with a horrifying mix of joy and hunger. The copy shoved me toward the door. "Go!" I rushed forward. But the chamber floor reacted violently. Light shot outward in spirals, racing to the walls. A deep vibration traveled through the chamber like a heartbeat. The door pulsed with the floor, then sealed shut as if a thick membrane grew across it instantly. No, I slammed my hands against it. Open. Open. The door didn't budge. The perfect creature stepped into the chamber, moving with absolute ease, its limbs aligning perfectly, its joints smooth and fluid. It walked like I walked, breathed like I breathed, tilted its head with the same subtle twitch I had when trying to understand something. It was me, more me than I was, and it knew it. The copy placed itself between us, its broken face stretched tight with determination. "You don't get to finish him," it snarled. "You don't get to become him." The perfect one smiled, my smile, but warm, confident, flawless. "But I already have." The copy shuddered, flickering as if losing shape. "You're not him. You're just—" "I am what he can't be," the perfect one whispered. "I am what he will never reach. And when he is gone, I will be complete." "No," I breathed. "You won't." The perfect one turned its gaze to me, its expression softening, as though it pitied me. "You fought well, but your voice is shaped. Your breath is learned. Your fear is understood. You belong inside the whole of me." It stepped forward. The chamber reacted instantly. The spiral ridges brightened to blinding white. The walls pulled inward. The ceiling dropped. A pressure built around my chest like a giant hand closing around me. The room wasn't testing me. It was testing us. The perfect creature lunged. The copy intercepted it, crashing into the chamber wall with a sound like shattering ribs. The perfect one slammed the copy against the glowing floor, pinning it. The copy screeched in a broken mix of its own voice and mine. I scrambled backward, but the chamber floor shifted, pulsing beneath me. The perfect one pressed its forehead to the copy's. "You're broken," it whispered. "You're a mistake." The copy hissed. "Better broken than empty." The perfect creature's patience evaporated. It grabbed the copy's jaw and twisted. The copy screamed, and the room answered. The spiral ridges on the floor lit with unbearable brightness. A wave of force erupted outward, slamming into all three of us. The perfect one staggered, hands flying to its head as blood trickled from its ears. The copy collapsed, clutching its face, and in the center of the chamber something rose. A shape, a structure, a spiral staircase made not of wood or bone or stone, but of something that shimmered like stretched skin hardened into steps. My heart seized in my chest. A way up, a way out. The perfect one looked up at it, then at me. Its expression changed, no longer confident, no longer hungry, afraid, because the staircase wasn't for it. It was for me. The copy lifted its head, voice shaking. "It's your only escape. Go. Now." The perfect creature lunged toward the staircase. I sprinted for it with everything I had. The staircase pulsed faintly as I ran toward it, forming more solidly the closer I came, as if it recognized me, as if it had been waiting for my feet alone to climb it. The surface shimmered like cured flesh stretched tight, yet felt hard beneath my touch when I grabbed the railing. It vibrated with a low hum, the same rhythm as my pulse. For a terrifying moment, I couldn't tell whether it was responding to my heartbeat or forcing its own into me. Behind me, the perfect creature let out a guttural howl. My howl, but twisted with fury. Its limbs struck the chamber floor with wet slaps as it bolted forward. The copy threw itself at the creature, grabbing its leg, pulling with every ounce of strength left in its collapsing frame. The perfect one hardly slowed. It kicked the copy away with a force that echoed through the chamber, sending it skidding across the glowing spiral floor. The copy hit a rib like pillar and slumped, limbs shaking, face flickering again, sliding in and out of my features like a dying reflection. But even dying, it forced itself back up. It staggered toward the creature again, arms out. A single purpose burning in its half-formed eyes stopped the perfect one from reaching me. I climbed the stairs 2 at a time, my body screaming from the effort. The staircase was steep, twisting upward in a tight spiral, like the inside of some colossal shell. The walls around the staircase pulsed and convulsed as I ascended, as though the house sensed my escape and was trying to collapse the path before I reached the top. The perfect creature scrambled up after me, its fingers digging into the railing like hooked knives. The sound of its nails scraping the fleshy material sent a shock of fear through my spine. The copy clung to its ankle again, shrieking, its voice glitching in frantic bursts. I reached the 10th step, then the 12th, then the 15th. The air thinned, the walls tightened. The staircase trembled beneath my feet. The perfect one wrenched its leg free and kept climbing. Its movements were smoother now, too smooth, its timing almost flawless. It was learning my escape as quickly as I made it. The copy dragged itself after the creature, but it was breaking apart. Its body flickered, its edges blurring like a reflection in rippling water. The creature didn't even look back. It reached for me with a hand so perfectly shaped to match mine that it looked like I was reaching for myself. "Stop," I gasped, scrambling higher.
Stay away from me!
It climbed faster. The walls of the staircase constricted suddenly, squeezing inward. The railing bulged, forming knots of flesh that tried to block my hands. I shoved through them, tearing my knuckles open. The stairs beneath my feet rippled as though losing their solidity, turning soft around the edges, trying to absorb the soles of my shoes. The house wanted me back. It wasn't subtle anymore. The perfect creature sensed the staircase weakening and made a desperate lunge. Its hand closed around my ankle with a grip like iron. I almost fell. My knee slammed into a step, sending sharp pain up my leg. I kicked wildly, heel slamming into the creature's face. It didn't release me. It smiled. "You're me," it whispered. Its voice was flawless now, mine to the last detail.
No! I hissed, kicking again. I'm not you!
"You will be," it murmured. Inside, its grip tightened. Then the copy arrived. It crashed into the perfect creature from behind, arms wrapping around its waist. The impact made the perfect one lose its footing for a fraction of a second. Its grip loosened. Just enough. I tore my leg free and scrambled upward again. The copy clawed at the perfect one, dragging it down 2 steps. The perfect creature roared with rage, a sound no longer mimicking me, but something primal, furious, betrayed. It slammed the copy against the staircase wall. The wall rippled, opening like a gash, and the copy's body began to sink into it. Absorbed, claimed. It screamed, fighting to hold its shape, flickering in and out like a dying flame. I reached the top of the staircase. Or what I thought was the top. Instead of a doorway, there was a membrane stretched tight across the ceiling. A thin veil of flesh that pulsed like a heartbeat. Light, real light, glowed faintly above it. I could smell clean air, hear faint wind, something outside the house. Freedom lay just inches above me. Behind me, the perfect creature tore the copy free of the wall and hurled it down the stairs. The copy tumbled, limbs twisting, body flickering with each impact until it dissolved into static, like fragments scattered across the steps. Gone. My stomach dropped, sorrow, rage, horror crashing together. Then the perfect one began climbing again. Faster. It knew I was seconds away from leaving. I threw myself against the membrane, pushing with all my strength. The surface stretched, then resisted. It wasn't like the walls. It wasn't trying to absorb me. It was simply blocking. A barrier between worlds. The perfect creature screamed my name in my own desperate voice. The membrane cracked. A thin split formed under my palms. Air rushed in. Cold wind, pine, rain. The outside world. The perfect one slammed into my legs, pulling me downward. I screamed as my body twisted, half inside the membrane split, half dragged back toward the horror below. It was not going to let me go. Not now. Not when it was so close. "You're mine," the perfect creature snarled. "I'm you. You're me. You belong." "No," I roared, kicking wildly, clawing at the membrane with bloody fingers.
I don't belong to you! I don't belong to this house!
The membrane split wider. Light poured in. The perfect one shrieked, clawing at my waist. Its nails dug deep, tearing through skin. Its grip slipped in the fresh blood. For the first time, fear flickered across its flawless face. Sunlight touched it. It recoiled with a sound that wasn't human. The veins beneath its skin blackened. Its face, my face, began to melt, sliding off in thick, dark streaks. Its fingers dissolved, the bones exposed, then dripping like wax. I kicked free. I crawled upward, hands digging into the split membrane as it tore open wider, spilling cold outside air onto my back. The perfect creature shrieked, but its voice was no longer mine. It was something hollow, something betrayed, something unraveling. One final lunge, and its hand brushed my heel. But that was the last piece of me it would ever touch. I dragged myself through the membrane, and the world above swallowed me in a burst of cold rain and gray daylight. Cold rain struck my skin in rapid needles as I tumbled through the torn membrane and hit solid ground. Actual ground, not the living, pulsing surface of the house's insides. Mud splashed across my arms and face, the chill shocking me fully awake. The air tasted sharp, clean, nothing like the humid, suffocating breath of the house below. My lungs expanded in a full gasp for the first time since I'd stepped inside that nightmare. But relief didn't come, only a hollow, trembling terror, because even as the rain washed the blood from my ankle and smeared the dark slickness across the soil, I could still feel it. The house, its presence, its breath, its memory of me. I scrambled to my knees, coughing, wiping mud from my eyes. The world around me was gray and shifting in the downpour. The edge of the forest, a stretch of grass, the sagging silhouette of the house behind me. Except the house looked wrong, smaller, skinnier. Its walls no longer pulsed. Its structure no longer swelled and contracted like a breathing organism. It looked like any old, rotting building. Just a shape on the wet horizon. But it wasn't dead. It was still watching. The perfect creature's scream echoed faintly from beneath the torn membrane, muffled by layers of flesh and soil. The sound rose, higher, angrier, inhuman. The membrane over the opening quivered like something beneath it writhed, clawing for purchase. For me, I scrambled backward, pushing myself farther away from the rip in the earth. The opening sealed itself as I watched, the fleshy edges knitting together, drying, hardening, sinking. Within seconds it looked like nothing more than damp earth, as though the ground had never opened at all. But I felt it under the soil. The heartbeat. Faint, distant, but there. I turned toward the house. Rain slid down its cracked windows. The front door hung slightly ajar, creaking as wind pushed it open a few inches, then let it fall back. Everything looked normal, lifeless. A sick realization spread through my chest. I hadn't escaped the house. The house had released me. A jolt of panic shot through me. My hands flew to my chest, my waist, my throat, searching for any marks. Any signs the giant mouth had left a piece of itself behind. My waist throbbed where it had squeezed me. The tendril burn on my ankle pulsed in time with the faint heartbeat beneath the soil. My hands shook uncontrollably as I stared at the marks. It had touched me, tasted me, almost shaped me. I didn't know what that meant. But nothing was normal anymore. Nothing would ever be. I staggered to my feet, slipping in the mud, and limped toward the forest. My body screamed with every step, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I wanted distance, miles between me and that house. I wanted trees, roads, noise, people, anything that wasn't walls that breathed my name. Branches whipped at my arms as I entered the tree line. The world darkened beneath the canopy, the rain muted into a dull whisper above. My breathing became sharp, shallow, each exhale trembling. Mud sucked at my shoes. My clothes clung to my skin, heavy and cold. I didn't stop moving. I couldn't. After several minutes, maybe 10, maybe 20, I reached a clearing. My legs buckled, and I collapsed against a tree trunk, chest heaving. My throat burned. My eyes stung. I let myself break for a moment, the sobs shaking my ribs. I survived. I escaped. But the thought brought no comfort, because something was wrong. Something was missing. There was no birdsong, no wind, no distant cars, no sound except my breathing in the rain. The forest felt empty in a way that made my skin crawl. Not quiet. Vacant. As if everything had fled the moment I appeared. Or as if nothing living had stood in this forest for a long, long time. I pressed my palm against the tree behind me, grounding myself. Its bark was rough, real, solid. But as I leaned on it, A faint vibration traveled through the trunk. I froze, pressed harder. The vibration repeated, soft, irregular, familiar. A heartbeat. I ripped my hand away. No, I whispered. No, no. I backed away from the tree, my breath catching in my chest. The ground beneath my feet trembled faintly. Not enough for the eye to see, but enough that my bones felt it. Like the echo of something massive shifting beneath the soil. The house hadn't stayed behind. The house had spread. Branches rustled behind me. I spun. Nothing but darkness between the trunks. Then I heard it. A voice. My voice. But not the perfect creature's mimicry, not the house's echo. This one was tired, weak, familiar. Are you okay? It asked. A cold wave crawled down my spine. Slowly, I turned toward the sound. A figure stood between two pines. A silhouette. My height, my stance, but thinner. Grayer, as it stepped forward, my breath caught. Its skin was pale, stretched thin as parchment. Its eyes were sunken but familiar. Its mouth trembled as it whispered, "You left me down there." I stumbled back so hard I nearly fell. No, I breathed. No, you. The figure stepped closer. Each footfall was soundless. When it reached the edge of the clearing, moonlight broke through the clouds just enough to illuminate its face. It was me. But not the perfect one. Not the broken copy. Not any version I'd seen before. This one looked like it had been half digested. Flesh dripped like melted wax down one side of its cheek. Its jaw sagged, misaligned. One arm hung at an unnatural angle, bone pushing against the skin as though trying to escape. Yet its eyes, they were bright. Alive. Too alive. It raised a trembling hand. "Don't leave me." My stomach twisted violently. I staggered backward, shaking my head. "You're not real. You're another version. Another copy." The figure's eyes filled with raw pain. My pain reflected back at me. I was the first you. Before it learned you. Before it perfected you. I was the one it practiced on. The one you heard in the walls. My knees gave out. I braced myself against a tree that pulsed faintly beneath my palm. The figure stepped closer. You walked past me, saw me in the mirror, heard me in the floors. And you left me. I didn't know. I whispered. I didn't know that was you. Its face twisted with anguish. You did. A part of you knew. The forest around us groaned. A slow creak traveling through the soil, like the shifting of roots that weren't roots. The trees shuddered. Rain slid down their trunks, but the water didn't fall naturally. It flowed along grooves, channels, pulsing patterns. The forest had become an extension of the house, a larger body, a wider mouth. The figure, my first version, tilted its head, and its voice changed, lower, deeper. Filled with the same resonance I'd heard in the cavern. "You can run, but you won't get far." My heart seized. "Why?" I whispered. The figure's expression melted into something hollow, empty. "Because it marked you." My stomach dropped. The tendril. On my ankle. The first version nodded slowly. "Your pulse matches its rhythm now. Every step you take leads you back to it." No, I shook my head violently. No. I broke free. I got out. I'm not going back. The figure stepped closer until its breath brushed my cheek. Its voice softened to a whisper. "You will. The house doesn't chase. It calls." Behind it, the trees shifted, leaning in, trunks bending subtly toward me like ribs closing around a heart. The figure smiled, broken, sorrowful, inevitable. "And you always answer." I turned and ran, into darkness, into a forest that breathed, into a world that now pulsed with the heartbeat of something beneath it. But I didn't realize until too late. I wasn't running away from the house. I was running deeper into it. Branches whipped against my arms and face as I sprinted through the forest, splashing through puddles and sinking into pockets of mud that clutched at my shoes like grasping hands. The rain had softened the earth into something thick and clinging, and each step felt as if the ground tried to keep me from lifting my foot again. My breath tore through my lungs, sharp and ragged. Every few seconds I glanced back, expecting to see that half-digested version of myself creeping between the trees. but the forest swallowed the view behind me in seconds, the trunks tightening, leaning, closing together like a row of ribs sliding shut. I didn't know where I was running, only that forward felt like the only direction that wasn't instant death. But the forest didn't open, it warped. Trails bent after I passed them. Pines seemed to shift positions when I blinked. The ground wasn't flat anymore. Shallow ridges pulsed beneath the mud, faint as whispers, but moving, alive. Every time my foot hit the earth, the pulse shivered beneath the impact. I wasn't running on dirt anymore. I was running across the outer skin of something far bigger, something that pressed upward to meet me, something that recognized me. Cold dread crawled up my spine. I forced myself not to look down, not to acknowledge the faint, rhythmic throb beneath the soil. If I let myself think too deeply, I would collapse from sheer terror. I stumbled through a tight cluster of trees, branches interlocking above me, so tightly they nearly blocked the sky. The rain thinned here, but the stillness thickened. My lungs strained as I tried to slow my breathing. My heart hammered in a frantic pattern. Each beat felt slightly off, mismatched, like someone else's rhythm pulsed inside my chest. I leaned against a tree to steady myself. The bark was warm, too warm. I jerked my hand back, wiping it on my soaked shirt. My palm tingled as if the tree had tried to hold on to me. I swallowed hard and forced myself to keep going. Minutes, or hours, I couldn't tell, passed as I trudged deeper into the forest. The rain died down completely, leaving only the faint drip of water slipping from branches above. My footsteps slowed, my pulse still racing in the same unnatural pattern. Every time my foot touched the ground, the pulse beneath the soil sensed for a moment, then adjusted like it was learning, matching, becoming me. The thought made me nauseous. A rustle to my left snapped me out of my daze. I spun toward the sound, fists raised, muscles trembling. In the shadows between the trees, a figure moved, limping. I stepped back instantly. For a breathless moment, I thought it was the half-digested version again. Or worse, the perfect one, somehow healed, emerging to reclaim me. But the silhouette was different. It was shorter, hunched, dragging something behind it. I crouched low, hiding behind a fallen log, as the figure stepped into a sliver of gray light. It wasn't me. It was someone else. A man, skin shriveled, clothes rotted, one arm twisted so severely it looked folded in half. His head hung loosely, chin almost touching his chest. Every step he took left a faint print that rose back up moments later, as if the ground refused to let the impression stay. I stared, frozen. He wasn't alive. But he wasn't dead either. A faint, broken whisper escaped his mouth. "H, help." My pulse stopped. He lifted his head. His eyes were hollow sockets, dark and bottomless. But his mouth, God, his mouth formed the shape of my name, not anyone else's. He reached out with his single working hand. "Help me, please." I backed up so fast I tripped over a root, hitting the ground hard. Pain shot through my elbow, but I scrambled away, breath erupting from my lungs in shallow gasps. The man stepped toward me, dragging his mangled body. His voice broke again. "Don't leave me," I shook my head, stumbling to my feet. "Who are you?" His jaw twitched, opened wider, wider still, until it cracked apart at the hinge with a sickening snap. Then, in my voice, he said, "You're almost ready." A scream ripped from my throat. I ran, again, faster. Branches clawed at my clothes. Something wet splattered across my cheek, and I wiped it away, praying it was rain but knowing it wasn't. My chest burned as I pushed through another dense cluster of trees. Ahead, the forest seemed to thin. Light seeped through, faint but real. The sky. Open space. Maybe a clearing. Maybe a road. Maybe salvation. I forced myself forward, legs screaming. Lungs collapsing into tight, desperate spasms. The trees parted. I stumbled out into a wide clearing and stopped dead. My knees gave out. "No," I whispered. "No, that's not possible." Because the house stood right in front of me. Same sagging roof. Same broken porch. Same half-open front door. Cold rain began again, dripping through the canopy to patter gently against the roof. The house looked calm, almost peaceful. A corpse wearing the memory of a home. I turned back. The forest behind me had closed like a curtain. There was no trail, no path, no footprints except the ones I had just made, and even those were shrinking, vanishing as the ground pulsed. I faced the house again, shaking violently. I hadn't run away from it. I had run in a circle that I never chose. A circle it shaped around me. The front door creaked open further, very slowly, as if nudged by an unseen hand. A voice drifted out, soft, familiar, my voice, but tired, pleading. Come back, you can't survive out there. My throat closed. No, you can't be. Another voice joined it. The perfect one. Cold, certain, patient. You belong inside. The ground beneath me pulsed. Once, twice. Matching the tremor in my ankle. Matching the skipping beat in my chest. My pulse was no longer mine. The house had sensed to me. The half-digested figure stepped from behind the porch. The one who claimed to be the first version. You're inside the house already, it whispered. You never left. My vision blurred. Reality bent around the edges. The forest, the clearing, the sky. Everything felt thin, stretched, trembling. The pulse beneath my feet grew louder. Deeper, hungrier. The house exhaled. Warm, damp air poured across the clearing, carrying the scent of soil and blood and memory. And then, from behind me, a third voice. The perfect one's voice, smooth as breath, right behind my ear. You took too long, it murmured. I spun and saw something step from the trees. Not the perfect one, something worse. Another version of me, one I hadn't seen yet, one with no mouth, only a smooth expanse of skin where the lips should be. And on that skin, freshly carved in shaking lines, were 4 words, Lead finish yo o you. The forest shuddered, and the ground beneath my feet cracked open. The crack beneath my feet spread with a slow, deliberate sound, like thick leather tearing under pressure. The ground softened, losing its firmness, as if the soil itself were exhaling. A thin plume of warm air rose through the widening split, brushing my ankle with the same humid breath I'd felt inside the house. My stomach twisted. I staggered backward, but the earth followed me, the crack stretching toward my heels like a hungry seam splitting open, to accept something it had been waiting for. The mouthless version, its face trembling with faint quivers as though the freshly carved words still stung, tilted its head in a jerky, puppet-like motion. Its skin sagged in some places and rippled in others, as if the bones beneath didn't fully match the shape it was trying to hold. When it stepped forward, it didn't walk so much as glide. The ground beneath its feet rising to meet it, forming shallow mounds with each step. The soil wasn't supporting it. The soil was carrying it. Those 4 carved words glistened with fresh blood, Lead finish yo you. My pulse slammed against my ribs with frantic violence. Behind the wordless version, the forest bent inward, the trees leaning toward the clearing like an audience gathering close. Their branches scraped softly, murmuring with a faint, rhythmic twitch, the same heartbeat pulsing beneath the ground. I spun toward the house. The front door hung open. The hall beyond was pitch black, still, waiting. The broken first version of me stepped through the threshold, its melted features twisted into something like pity. Don't fight, it whispered. This part is always harder when you fight. My breath hitched, a shallow, panicked gasp. No, you're lying. I got out. I did. You never left, it said softly. Not really. Behind me, the mouthless version let out a sound, no voice, no breath. Just a wet exhale sliding through sealed skin. It reached up with trembling fingers and dug its nails into the edges of the carved words on its face, scraping them deeper. Blood dripped down its chin, steady and bright. Then it shuddered and took another step toward me. My legs buckled. I dropped to the ground, palms sinking into the trembling soil. The crack widened beneath me, thick, pulsing, raw. The ground felt alive. And beneath that thin layer of mud, something enormous shifted, slowly turning, as though sensing my exact position. "No," I whispered. "Stop. Stop." But the ground didn't stop. It responded. The pulse beneath the soil synchronized with the frantic beat of my heart, matching it, then overtaking it, forcing its rhythm into mine. My chest tightened. My breath hitched again. I was losing control of my body, of my heartbeat, of myself. The first version stepped down from the porch, its movements limp and uneven. Rain collected along the ridges of its melted skin, slipping off in small rivulets. "It's calling you," it murmured. "You feel it, don't you? It marked you. It took your breath. It learned your bones. You're already inside." "No," I breathed. "You're wrong." "I'm you," it said gently. "I can't be wrong about us." That sentence stabbed through me with a cold, unbearable truth. The ground shuddered under my knees, jerking violently. The crack yawned wider, revealing soft, slick tissue beneath the soil. Warm air pulsed upward in steady bursts, coating my face in damp heat. I flinched. The smell was the same as the heart chamber. The same rot, the same sweetness. The depths beneath the clearing were waking. The mouthless version lifted its arm, pointing directly at me. Its carved message stretched as its cheeks trembled, the wounds widening. A faint trickle of blood pooled at the bottom edge of the carved words and dripped onto the ground. The forest went silent. The house inhaled, and then a voice. Not the perfect one, not the broken one, not any version I'd heard before. It came from everywhere, and nowhere. A deep, resonant whisper that vibrated through the soil and up my legs, crawling through my spine. "Cum back." I choked on a cry, my throat constricted. The pulse beneath me surged, pushing hot air up through the crack with sudden force. Mud splattered across my chest. The first version nodded faintly. "It's time." "No," I rasped. "No, no, please." The mouthless version lunged. I scrambled backwards, slipping in the mud. My palm hit a root, warm, pulsing, and I yanked my hand away with a cry. Everything around me felt alive. Everything felt connected to the same monstrous pulse beneath my skin. The mouthless version landed inches in front of me, its head twitching, as if listening to some unseen command. The carved words on its face bled freely now, rivulets running down its chin and onto my shoes. It raised its hand, slowly, carefully, and touched my cheek. Its fingers were warm, alive, human. The moment it touched me, my heartbeat stuttered. The pulse beneath the soil matched it instantly. My vision blurred, my breath hitched. My skin crawled as something invisible slid beneath its surface, heat threading through my veins, sensing the rhythm inside me to the rhythm beneath the earth. The mouthless version leaned close. No lips, no voice, but a whisper somehow vibrated from behind its sealed skin. "Let me in." My chest tightened until I couldn't breathe. Panic surged through me like fire. I shoved the mouthless version away with everything I had. It fell back, not stumbling, not tripping, but collapsing in a limp heap, as though the strings guiding it were cut. But its handprint remained on my cheek. Hot, tingling, burning into my skin like a brand. The heartbeat beneath the soil grew faster, stronger, matching mine more closely. The crack in the ground widened again. The first version stepped closer. "It's already inside." I staggered to my feet, breath shaking violently. "I don't care," I rasped. "I'm not going back. I'm not finishing anything." "You don't choose," the first version whispered. Then the ground buckled. A massive bulge rose beneath the soil, like the chest of some colossus taking a long, heavy breath. The forest leaned inward. The house shifted. The air thickened. A deep voice rose from the depths again. "Come." The earth split, and something enormous began to rise. The earth did not break open all at once. There was no violent explosion of soil, no dramatic crack that split the clearing in half. Instead, the ground lifted, a slow, horrific swell, as though some vast body beneath the forest were stretching after a long sleep. Mud buckled upward in a dome. Trees trembled and leaned outward, roots snapping like twigs under the strain. The rain fell in thin veils onto the rising mound. hissing as it touched the warm surface beneath the soil. I stumbled backward, slipping in the mud, my heartbeat thrashing in my chest. Except it wasn't just my heartbeat anymore. The pulse beneath the ground rose to meet it, matching it, guiding it, shaping it. My throat tightened with panic. Every time my heart skipped, the mound twitched in response. It was listening to me, following me, growing through me. The first version backed away too, its melted features tensing with a strange, fearful reverence. "It's coming," it whispered. We woke it. The mouthless version crawled to its knees, its carved message dripping fresh blood down its neck. The words stretched as its jaw pressed against the sealed skin. It was trembling uncontrollably, not in fear, but in anticipation. It lifted its head, sightless eyes straining toward the rising shape, its arms outstretched like a child reaching for a parent. The house's front door creaked again, a slow, painful groan that cut through the rain. The doorway widened, not physically, but perceptually, as though the darkness behind it deepened and thickened, forming a tunnel where none existed. The house wasn't just watching. It was preparing, opening for it. The swell beneath the soil burst suddenly at one corner, just a tiny rupture, the size of a fist. Warm air blasted out with a wet hiss, carrying the scent of rot and a metallic tang that coated the back of my tongue. The air pulsed with each breath the thing below took. The first version knelt, its legs giving out. "Don't fight," it whispered. "If you fight, it hurts more." I ignored it. My muscles tensed. My breath sharpened. The swell cracked again, this time violently, a jagged tear ripping open the mud. Thick, black fluid oozed out, steaming where it touched the cold air. Then something pale pushed through the tear. Not a hand, not a limb. A face. My face. Huge, distorted, pressed against the underside of the soil, as though trying to push its way through like a newborn forcing its head out. I screamed. The giant face opened its eyes, two massive orbs identical to mine, the same color, the same shape, but far too large for any skull. They focused on me immediately. They blinked, slow and deliberate, and each blink made the ground tremble. The soil split further, revealing more of its face. Cheeks stretched tight, jaw massive and flexible, lips thicker than any human mouth, but unmistakably shaped like mine. The giant face whispered with a voice that resonated through the earth itself. "While you are munnin." A whine burst outward, knocking me off my feet. The mouthless version rose unsteadily, stumbling toward the creature as though magnetized. The carved words on its face bled faster, streaking down its body. It lifted its arms, reaching for the giant face. The giant lips curled into something like a smile, but it didn't look human. It looked hungry. I crawled backward, hands sinking into mud that pulsed beneath my fingers. The earth felt hot, as if something beneath it boiled. Another tear in the soil. Another section of the creature emerged, vast shoulders, thicker than tree trunks, rippling with layers of flesh that pulsed like beating hearts. The sound of it rising was a wet, horrible stretching mixed with groans that vibrated through the clearing. "You can't run," the first version whispered. It sounded almost compassionate. "There's nowhere to go now. You're already part of it." "No!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "I'm not part of it. I'm getting out!" The giant creature tilted its massive head, eyes narrowing, focusing on my defiance. It inhaled deeply. The vacuum it created tore leaves off branches, pulled water from puddles, dragged the first version several feet toward it. I clung to a root, my fingers slipping as the suction intensified. The mouthless version didn't resist. It dove into the creature's open mouth willingly, disappearing in a violent swallow. The ground shook as it was consumed. The giant face shuddered as though tasting something sweet. A wave of nausea hit me. The thing was eating the failed versions, reabsorbing them, learning from them. Then its eyes zeroed in on me again. "UFIT." The force of its voice knocked the breath from my lungs. My vision blurred. My body shook. The giant face began to haul itself fully out of the earth. A massive torso followed, segments of flesh peeling from the mud in thick sheets. Dozens, no, hundreds, of limbs hung from its sides, some long, some small, some incomplete, twitching and curling as though each limb had once belonged to one of the discarded versions. My stomach twisted violently. I gagged but forced myself to stay conscious. The first version crawled toward me, gripping my arm with trembling fingers. "Don't run," it begged. "If you run, it tears you apart. If you fight, it digests you alive. Just give in. It ends faster." "No," I whispered, teeth chattering. "No, I'm not giving in. I'm not." Before I could finish, the giant creature leaned forward. Its breath washed over me in a wave of moist heat that made my skin crawl. The mud beneath me trembled, rising slightly, lifting me toward the creature's massive mouth. The earth itself was offering me to it. The house behind me exhaled, long, deep, expectant. The sound rolled across the clearing, pushing me toward the thing rising from the ground. The creature extended one enormous hand, shaped like mine but stretched, bloated wrong, and reached toward me. I scrambled up, slipping, sliding, pulling myself free of the rising mud. I forced my legs into motion. I stumbled, fell, pushed myself up again. Behind me, the giant creature roared, a sound like the tearing of the world itself. My legs carried me toward the tree line. The forest tightened, but didn't close fast enough. I dived between two trunks just as the giant hand smashed into the ground where I'd been standing, sending mud and roots flying. I ran again. Branches tore at my arms and face. Roots caught my ankles. The forest bent inward with each step, trying to hold me, trying to funnel me back, but panic fueled me. Terror pushed me. The ground pulsed under my feet, the heartbeat chasing me like a predator. Behind me, the giant creature pushed further out of the earth. Each step it took sank deep into the soil, sending tremors through the trees. And then, I heard it. A different voice. One I hadn't heard since the house swallowed me. A voice that sounded like mine, but softer, younger. Pleasey help somewhere ahead. Somewhere deeper in the forest. A child's version of me. I froze. The giant creature's roar shook the canopy above. The heartbeat beneath the soil pulsed once, hard, and the ground cracked beneath my next step. Behind me, something massive pushed through the trees. Ahead of me, the child's voice called again. "Don't leave me." I turned, and saw a small silhouette standing between the trees. Another version, another me, trapped, waiting. And the forest closed in around both of us. The small silhouette didn't move at first. It stood perfectly still between the trees, its figure outlined only by the faint strips of light slipping through the canopy. Rain dripped from its hair in slow beads, trickling down the sides of its face. I couldn't breathe. My throat locked the moment I recognized the shape. The narrow shoulders, the oversized shirt, the slight tilt of the head. I remembered that posture. I remembered being that small, that unsure, that afraid. The child version lifted its chin, revealing a face that made my stomach flip. It wasn't twisted like the broken one, not melted like the first, not carved like the mouthless one. This version was almost perfect. Almost me. But younger, maybe 7, maybe 8, eyes wide with confusion. Cheeks streaked with rain or tears, I couldn't tell. It blinked once, slow and heavy. Then it whispered, voice shaking with a fragile innocence I had never thought I would hear again. "Why did you leave me?" The forest tightened around us. The trees leaned closer, branches curling downward as though straining to hear my answer. My chest felt hollow. I stumbled a step toward the child before I caught myself and froze. I didn't know if it was a trap. I didn't know if stepping closer meant collapse, capture, digestion, death, but something inside me ached with recognition. A memory surged me, small, shaking under covers while a storm hit the house I grew up in. My mother asleep, my father gone, my heartbeat fast and scared, the dark pressing in. I used to whisper the same thing into an empty room. "Why did you leave me?" This version knew that fear. This version felt it, or the house remembered it. The ground behind me thundered. A violent tremor. The giant creature was closing in, its footsteps muffled by layers of soil, but strong enough to vibrate through my bones. Mud splashed upward as the forest floor buckled under its weight. The air thickened with the heat of its breath. The child didn't flinch, didn't look at the monster approaching. It only looked at me. I forced myself to swallow. My voice came out as a thin rasp. "You're not real." The child's eyes widened, hurt blooming across its features. "I'm real. I'm you." I waited a long time. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, you're just another version it made." The child's lip trembled. Its small hands balled into fists. "You forgot about me." Behind me, the trees snapped, a deep crack echoing through the forest as the giant creature shoved aside trunks like matchsticks. Its massive face appeared between the branches, eyes glowing, locked onto me with horrific intention. Mud poured off its cheeks. Its mouth opened, revealing a cavern lined with fleshy ridges that pulsed around remnants of the mouthless version it had just devoured. The child didn't turn around. It didn't need to. The forest pulsed again. The soil beneath us shifted. The trees leaned even closer, trapping us both. The child's voice softened to a whisper. I barely heard over the monster's approach. "I don't want to go back down there alone." The earth split again under the child's feet, thin cracks forming a circle around it, widening in slow, deliberate tremors. Warm air rose in faint bursts. Mud curled upward at the edges, softening, melting, ready to swallow. The house wanted this one back. It wanted all the versions back. The forest was delivering them like offerings. I forced my feet backward, slipping in the rising mud. "Don't come closer," I warned. The child took a single step toward me, just one. Barefoot, mud rising between its toes. Its eyes glistened. "Please," it whispered again, "help me." Lightning split the sky, illuminating the forest in a flash, revealing dozens of faces in the trees. Faces pressed into trunks, warped versions of me embedded in the bark, some screaming silently, some watching with hollow, hopeless stares. Their mouths moved in slow unison, but no sound came, only breath, one long breath, from the house beneath everything. The giant creature roared behind me, an enraged, furious bellow that shook the branches. The child version startled, stepping closer to me, much closer. Its hand reached out small, trembling fingers stretched toward my shirt. I stumbled back, but the mud behind me rose like a wave, blocking my escape. The earth reddened beneath the surface, veins glowing faintly with heat. The child flinched, eyes darting downward. "They're pulling me back," it whispered. "They want me to finish. Please don't let them." My chest tightened. The trembling ground. The giant creature rising behind me. The child's pleading voice. All of it crashed into a moment of impossible choice. Behind me, death. Beneath me, absorption. Before me, a younger version of myself begging not to be abandoned again. I shook my head, my voice cracking. "I can't save you." The child's expression didn't shift into anger. It didn't rage or twist or melt like the others. It just sagged. Its shoulders dropped. Its gaze dulled. And it whispered, with heartbreaking clarity, "You're the reason I'm still here." The ground beneath the child's feet gave way, softening into a wet pit. Its legs sank instantly up to the knees. The child gasped, "No, no, help, please." It reached both arms toward me. Above us, the giant creature crashed through the last barrier of trees, its enormous form blotting out the sky. Mud and branches rained down. Its eyes locked onto the child version, then onto me, and it growled. A low sound that vibrated with recognition. Not hunger, not rage, recognition. The child screamed again, high, terrified, human. Its hands waved frantically.
"Don't let it take me! Don't leave me!"
I wanted to move. I wanted to run forward. I wanted to grab the child and pull it free. But my body froze, because I finally understood. This version wasn't separate from me. This version wasn't just another creation. This was a memory the house had pulled out of me. A memory of myself at my weakest. my most frightened. Before any of the versions had been shaped, this version wasn't a mistake. This version was the blueprint. The giant creature leaned forward, massive hand descending toward the sinking child. The forest bowed. The ground throbbed. The house exhaled. And the child looked at me one last time, eyes wide with betrayal and heartbreak, and whispered the first words I ever spoke in fear: "Don't make me go back alone." The giant creature's hand closed around the child, and the forest itself swallowed the scream. The scream didn't echo. It didn't bounce through the trees or linger in the cold air. It was swallowed whole, dropped into the ground like a stone vanishing beneath dark water. The giant creature's enormous fingers wrapped around the child version with a slow, deliberate tenderness that made my stomach twist far worse than violence would have. The child kicked, clawed, struggling against the grip as its small body sank deeper into the monster's palm. The creature lifted the child toward its massive chest, and that was when I saw it, the cavity. A large, vertical slit beneath its ribs, pulsing with faint golden light. Flesh stretched across the slit like the membrane covering an eye, trembling as if eager to open. The child's screams grew frantic. Its voice broke. "Please, please, please." I covered my ears, but the sound vibrated through the bones in my fingers. The giant creature pressed the child against the membrane, which stretched open with a wet, sticky sound. Like skin tearing slowly, the child's face contorted in agony as it slipped through the opening. Its legs kicked wildly. Tiny fists beat against the giant hand. Mud splashed. Branches shook, and every tree leaned in closer. The entire forest seemed to watch as the child was fed back into the body of the thing that wasn't supposed to exist above ground. "Stoop," I screamed. The giant creature paused for a fraction of a second. Its huge, pale eyes turned toward me. Mud dripped from its lashes, streaking across its cheek. Its lips parted, revealing rows of thick, fleshy ridges that pulsed as though tasting the air. Then, in my voice, my exact tone, older, deeper, it whispered, "You left him once." My stomach dropped as if someone had punched a hole through it. The child's small hand reached for me one last time through the membrane, warm and trembling. Then the cavity sealed shut with a sickening, fluid hiss, absorbing the child entirely. The golden glow flickered beneath the creature's chest as though something inside struggled, then dimmed. The scream died. The forest stilled. My heartbeat slammed so hard it hurt. For a moment, the creature just stood there, massive, grotesque, towering over the trees. Its body rose and fell with huge, steady breaths. The earth trembled beneath it. The pulse beneath the soil synchronized with its breathing, and something inside me synchronized too. My pulse stuttered, then matched its rhythm. My chest tightened. Heat crept up my neck. "No," I whispered, pressing a hand to my chest. "No, no, no." The giant creature took a slow, colossal step toward me. The mud rippled outward, forming small waves around its feet. It lowered its head as if examining prey, or a reflection. It raised one of its many arms. A smaller, more human hand emerged from beneath the layers of muscle, perfectly formed. My hand. It reached toward me. I stumbled back, tripping over a twisted root and landing hard on my back. My breath burst out in a painful rush. The ground beneath me pulsed. Once, twice, matching the creature's next steps. I scrambled up, slipping in the mud. My legs felt weak, numb. Panic threw my thoughts into chaos. I ran. Not because I thought I could escape. Some deep part of me knew that was impossible now. But because instinct shoved me into motion. Running was the only thing my body knew how to do. The forest closed around me again. Branches clutched at my clothes like fingers. Roots rose out of the mud like veins looking for a pulse to connect to. My breath tore from my chest in heavy gasps. My vision blurred at the edges. Behind me, a deep rumble rolled through the forest. Then another, then another. The giant creature was following me. But it wasn't fast. It didn't need to be. The forest moved for it. The ground pulled me toward it. Every time I took a step, the soil beneath my feet sagged just slightly, like a tongue tasting the bottom of my shoe. The forest canopy darkened as branches knit together overhead, blocking the slivers of sky. My ankle, the one marked by the tendril, burned. The burn spread upward, into my calf, into my thigh, up into my hip, hot, violent. Every heartbeat matched the giant creature's slow, heavy pulse. I stopped running. I fell to my knees, hands pressing into the warm earth. The ground responded. It rose slightly beneath my palms, pushing into my skin, learning me, welcoming me, recognizing me. No, I gasped. Stop. I ripped my hands away, but the mud clung to my fingers, stretching like thick saliva before snapping. The heat in my legs surged, climbing upward through my spine. A voice, soft, familiar, whispered from somewhere beside me. I jerked my head, expecting another version, but it was a tree trunk. A tree with a faint imprint of my face pressed into its bark, the features stretched, but still recognizable. The mouth moved slowly, the wood cracking with every syllable, "You're coming back." The forest whispered in unison, dozens of trees muttering in broken, overlapping pieces of my own voice. Coming back. Coming back. Back. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound crawled under my fingers, slithered into my skull through the bones. The giant creature roared behind me again. An order, a call. My heart obeyed. It beat once, twice, then locked into perfect rhythm with its pulse. My breathing cinched. My vision blurred. I clutched my chest, fighting for control. Get out of me. Get out. The forest moaned. The ground pulsed. The trees leaned. And then, the child's voice echoed inside my head. Not outside. Inside. You left me twice. A cold wave washed through me as the voice continued, "You'll leave yourself next." I staggered to my feet, but my legs didn't feel like mine. They moved sluggishly, resisting my commands. The ground beneath my feet tightened like warm hands gripping my ankles. Behind me, the giant creature stepped closer. Its shadow crawled over my body. Its breath warmed the back of my neck. The pulse beneath the soil roared like a second heart inside me. I tried to run. I tried to scream. I tried to fight. But the house, the thing beneath, and the versions all whispered together in one unified breath, "Stop, run." My body froze. Every muscle locked. The giant creature reached for me, softly, as though pulling a piece of itself back into place. Its hand closed around my shoulder, warm, all-encompassing, final. My pulse stopped matching mine. It matched its. And the forest fell silent as the creature lifted me off the ground. The giant creature's hand wrapped around my shoulder with a warmth so deceptively gentle that for a split second, my panic flickered into numbness. Not relief, nothing close to relief, but something like resignation, a false calm sinking into my bones like warm oil. Its touch was steady, almost affectionate, as if a parent lifting a drifting child from the ground. But beneath that softness pulsed a force that wasn't human, something ancient, patient, and absolutely certain of what it owned. My feet dangled above the trembling soil. The forest bowed under the weight of the creature's presence. Branches leaned. Leaves stilled. The trees themselves seemed to inhale with it, and beneath all of it, the ground's pulse, now fused to my own heartbeat, beat steadily like a monstrous second heart inside my chest. I tried to twist out of its grip. My muscles obeyed only halfway. My arms jerked weakly, like limbs half sedated. My legs kicked but found no purchase. My lungs strained against the suffocating air, trying to pull in breath that kept slipping away from me. The creature lifted me closer to its massive face. Mud dripped from its chin, streaking across its enormous cheek. Its eyes, my eyes, scaled grotesquely large, narrowed with something disturbingly close to tenderness. The mouth, those thick, fleshy lips shaped uncannily like mine, curled into a half smile. Then it spoke and its voice shook my ribs. "Wow yo error e do I." The force of the words vibrated through my bones. My head swam. My vision pulsed at the edges. I reached up and tried to pry its fingers open, but its hand didn't budge. Not a fraction. Its grip was absolute, unyielding and calm, as though it knew my struggling meant nothing. The forest moved again, this time with a unified shift, the trees tilting inward like a closing ribcage. The canopy darkened overhead. The house, still standing at the edge of the clearing, seemed to bow forward, its windows widening into black, hungry eyes. The door creaked open slowly, a long, dragging groan. The giant creature turned toward it. It was carrying me back. "No!" The word tore from my throat in a raw, choked scream. I clawed at its fingers, nails scraping across the warm, thick skin. Nothing gave. My lungs tightened, my heart beat sensing faster with the ground beneath. The creature moved with deliberate, slow steps, each one sinking deep into the mud, pulling up massive clumps of earth when it lifted its foot again. With each step, the forest murmured, soft, reverent, like a congregation whispering in prayer, coming back. Finally, complete, I shook violently, head pounding from the pressure of the creature's grip. I forced my hands against its wrist, pushing, pulling, trying anything. But my arms trembled, weakening with each passing second. My muscles were responding less and less. The burning in my marked ankle shot upward through my spine, wrapping itself around my ribs. My breath stuttered. The giant creature's warmth seeped into my bones. I wasn't just being carried. I was being claimed. We reached the center of the clearing. The house loomed ahead, door yawning open like an invitation. A thick strand of something warm dripped from the roof, falling in slow, viscous droplets that landed with soft thumps on the porch. A faint glow pulsed inside the doorway. The same glow I'd seen in the giant's chest cavity. The same glow that marked the heart. My vision blurred. Rain streaked down my face, mixing with sweat and the thin trickle of blood from the scratch on my cheek. My pulse hammered wildly, until suddenly it didn't. It slowed, shifted, aligned, merged. A deep, warm pressure filled my ears. My chest tightened, but not painfully now, more like something settling into place. A foreign rhythm claimed my breath. I was losing myself, piece by piece, heartbeat by heartbeat. The giant creature took another slow step toward the house, then another. My mind screamed at my arms to move, to fight, to do something, but my limbs felt disconnected, as though they belonged to someone else. Someone surrendering. Someone finished. The giant creature's hand tightened slightly, drawing me closer to its chest. Its voice rumbled, low and comforting, "Wow, you bion giansidi." "No," I whispered, though it came out weak, barely audible. "No, I don't belong to you." But the words felt smaller each time I spoke them. Less true. Less mine. The creature bowed its massive head, lowering me toward its chest cavity. The membrane there pulsed faintly with warmth, golden light trembling in anticipation. The flesh parted, opening like a wound, revealing the chamber within, soft, slick, waiting. A place for me. A space shaped for me. There was no mistaking it now. This thing, this monstrous, towering version of me, was the final form. The culmination. The one the house had been trying to perfect across all the versions. It hadn't wanted to replace me. It wanted to incorporate me. To finish the version it started with. To put me back into the body I had always belonged to. My body. A low moan escaped my throat as the heat from the cavity washed over me. The scent of it hit me next, musky, sweet, decayed, familiar. The scent I had smelled when the house first breathed on me. The scent of the heart. My head throbbed. My vision pulsed. The creature whispered, softer now, kami hum. I felt its grip shifting, repositioning me, not to crush, not to kill, but to slide me inside, to fit me where I belong. No, I tried again, but the word broke, dissolving into a trembling breath. Rain hissed against the creature's skin. The forest fell completely silent. The heartbeat beneath the soil roared in my veins. The cavity opened wider. Warmth engulfed my face, my shoulders, my chest. I felt the walls contract, gently, as if greeting me, welcoming me, claiming me. Somewhere in the depths of the cavity, a faint echo of a child's voice murmured, "Don't leave me again." My limbs went slack. My body leaned forward, sinking slowly into the pulsing heat. The giant creature exhaled a deep, trembling sigh of satisfaction. And then, from somewhere behind us, a voice I recognized cried out in raw desperation.
Doon la IT Takio you!
A hand grabbed my ankle and pulled. Hard. The pull on my ankle was so sudden, so violent, that my entire body jerked backward. The giant creature's grip faltered for the first time. Not out of weakness, but out of surprise, as if the idea of resistance at this point was so absurd it had forgotten how to react to it. My torso, already halfway inside the warm, pulsing cavity, was ripped back out in a slurp of wet suction. The cavity walls flexed, clinging to my ribs, my arms, my sides, as though reluctant to let go. A mixture of heat and cold shot through me. Heat from the creature's body, cold from the rain and air, hitting my exposed skin again. The voice behind me shouted once more, strained, trembling duoent.
Leet. Gyo.
I didn't recognize it at first. My mind was haze and heartbeat. My senses drowned beneath the rhythm of the creature pulling me in and the stranger pulling me out. I twisted, dirt flinging from my clothes, my legs kicking instinctively. The hand on my ankle tightened, desperate, trembling with effort. And then I heard it. Under the strain. Under the panic. Under the fear. My voice. Not the perfect one's. Not the broken early version. Not the mouthless one's mangled mimicry. This voice was rasped, hoarse, strained with terror, but unmistakably mine. The copy. The one who pulled me from the chamber before. The one who fought the perfect one tooth and nail. The one who told me it was linked to the house. But not fully under its control. It was alive. It had survived, and it was holding on to me like the world depended on it. The giant creature responded instantly. Its massive hand snapped shut around my torso again, claws of pressure tightening around my ribs. A low growl rumbled through its throat. Deep, furious, betrayed. The cavity behind me convulsed, membranes spasming in hungry waves, trying to reclaim the peace they almost had. The copy dug its heels into the ground. Except the ground moved beneath it, buckling and shifting like water pushed by a current. The soil tried to swallow its feet, the roots pulling at its legs, but the copy fought against it with a strength I didn't know it had. Its arms trembled violently as it strained to pull me away from the giant monster.
IT!
The copy screamed.
Total IT finish you!
My body shook with the effort to hold on. My fingers scraped the creature's membrane as I was dragged backward. My skin tore. My nails bent. The heat of the cavity burned my chest, my arms, but cold air hit my face again. I gasped. That gasp was mine. My breath. My lungs. For the first time since the creature lifted me, my breath didn't sync with its rhythm. It synced with mine. That one breath gave me a second of clarity, the tiniest spark of willpower. Enough to move. Enough to fight. I twisted, lifted my arms, and shoved against the giant creature's wrist. The grip didn't break, but it slipped just slightly, just enough for my torso to slide another inch out of the cavity. The creature roared, shaking the forest. Its other arm swung down, aiming not for me, but for the copy. The copy didn't let go. It yanked me harder. Its voice shredded itself, trying to stay steady.
Don't leet. IT Takio!
The giant creature's massive hand slammed down, aiming to crush the copy into the soil. In the split second before impact, the copy did something I didn't expect. Something that terrified me more than anything the house had ever done. It let go of my ankle, only for an instant, just long enough to grab a thick root behind it, to anchor itself, to brace, to survive the hit. The creature's hand smashed into the ground beside it, sending a shockwave through the forest. Trees swayed, leaves exploded into the air, and the ground cratered beneath the impact. The copy grabbed my leg again and pulled with everything it had left. My shoulder shot out of the cavity. The membrane clung to my shirt, my hair, the back of my neck like thick saliva. But the connection broke. I slid backward, fully out. My body slammed into the mud, cold, real, wet, not flesh, not membrane. I scrambled away, gasping, tearing the muck with my fingers. The giant creature howled, a sound of rage so raw it made my ears ring. It thrashed, its massive form lurching forward, trying to grab me again. The cavity on its chest snapped open and shut in frantic convulsions, as though trying to reclaim the warmth it had just lost. The forest trembled. The ground convulsed. The trees bent inward, trying to funnel me back toward the creature. The copy grabbed my arm and dragged me to my feet.
Movie!
It screamed. Its voice glitched at the end, crackling, splitting, breaking like a corrupted recording. But the force of the words shoved adrenaline straight into my chest. We ran. Or tried to. The forest resisted. Roots rising like hands grabbing for our ankles, vines snapping from branches and snaking around our legs. The mud softening into sucking pockets that tried to swallow our feet whole. The giant creature barreled forward behind us, its footsteps splashing mud high enough to coat the underside of the leaves above. The house exhaled again. A long, deep pull of air that dragged at my back, trying to reel me in like a hooked fish. But the copy held tight to my arm. It fought the suction. It fought the forest. It fought the house. It fought the monster. Most terrifying of all, it fought me, pulling me forward every time I faltered. We burst through a wall of brambles, thorns slashing my arms, and stumbled into a narrow corridor of trees that leaned away from us instead of inward. A path, a real path. For the first time, I didn't question it. Neither did the copy. We ran. Branches whipped past us. The sounds of the creature's pursuit grew distant. The pulse beneath the soil weakened. The house's breath faded just slightly. The copy gasped, its voice cracking beyond repair. It's losing you. We have a chance. K-E-G-O-I-N-G. But then, from ahead of us, in the darkness between the trees, something else stepped onto the path. A figure, human-shaped, still, silent, waiting. As it stepped forward, the rain revealed a face, one I hadn't seen before. Not ruined, not melted, not perfect, not childlike. A version of me that looked normal, healthy, alive, complete. Its eyes locked onto mine. It smiled softly, kindly, warmly, and said, in a calm, steady voice that made every hair on my body rise, "Don't worry. I'll take you the rest of the way." The version standing in the path looked so ordinary, so painfully, disarmingly human, that my brain refused to accept him as one of the house's creations. He wasn't melting. He wasn't twisted. He wasn't flickering in and out of shape like the copy beside me. His skin held natural color. His eyes reflected real light. His clothes hung normally, not fused or stretched. His posture was relaxed as rain slid down his hair and dripped from his jawline in clean beads. He looked like he had just stepped out of a photo, some forgotten moment of my life captured years ago. But the smile, something was wrong with that smile. Not warped, not crooked, just knowing. He lifted his hand, palm open, gentle, almost comforting. "You're exhausted," he said softly. "I get it. You've fought too long. You've run too far. You don't have to keep doing this." The copy at my side reacted instantly. Its fingers tightened painfully around my arm, nails digging into my skin. Its breathing hitched, jerky, glitched, frantic. It pulled me closer to itself, shielding me with its trembling body like a protective older sibling. "Stay behind me," it whispered harshly. "That one isn't one of us." My throat tightened. What does that mean? The version ahead tilted his head slightly. Rainwater streaked down his cheek, catching the faint light from above. "But we're the same," he said gently, motioning to his face. "Look at me. I'm not broken. I'm not twisted. I'm not missing anything. I'm the closest you'll ever see to what you were before this nightmare began." I swallowed hard. My voice barely scraped out, "Why are you here?" His expression softened even more. "To guide you out." A chill crept up my spine. My legs trembled. I took a half step backward without meaning to. Behind us, the forest roared. The giant creature crashing through branches. dragging its enormous limbs toward us. The ground shook with each step, mud rippling like disturbed water. The house groaned in the distance, its front door swinging wider, the darkness inside swelling like a lung pulling more air. The perfect-looking version glanced behind me. "You don't have time," he murmured. "You saw what it is. You know what it wants. But I'm here to offer something else." The copy hissed under its breath, an ugly, fractured sound. "He's lying." The perfect-looking version kept smiling, unbothered. "Steady. Am I?" He stepped closer. Slow, measured, gentle. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, but the path behind me led straight to the monster. The one ahead led straight to him, and the forest on either side of us bent inward like walls. There was no escape between the trees. The perfect-looking version spoke again, this time with a soft urgency. "You're dying out here. Your pulse is already half theirs. The longer you stay on the surface, the more your body breaks trying to match what's beneath." I froze. Because the burning in my leg, the tightness in my chest, the forced rhythm of my heartbeat, all surged at once as if agreeing with him. He extended his hand again. "Let me help you fix it." The copy stepped fully in front of me now, blocking the perfect-looking version from view. Its shoulders shook. "He isn't a version," it said, voice strained. "He's the one the house wanted you to be. But you ruined that when you resisted, so it made him instead." My blood turned to ice. "What?" I whispered. The version's smile didn't move, didn't crack. "That's dramatic," he murmured. "I'm not a replacement. I'm a possibility. A path you can still choose." The copy spat mud from its mouth. "He's the one," it finished. "Not you. That's why he's clean. That's why he's calm. That's why he's perfect. He's what you were supposed to become before everything went wrong." The perfect-looking version shrugged kindly, as if the accusation was nothing. "If that were true, why would I be offering to help you leave?" The forest pulsed. A low rumble shook my feet. The giant creature's roar slammed through the trees, so loud it knocked loose chunks of bark and sent birds shrieking from high branches. He was almost on us, seconds away. A few more breaths, and he would tear the path apart. The perfect-looking version closed the distance between us by another step. The rain around him seemed to lighten, like the storm itself avoided touching him too harshly. He reached out again, this time toward the copy. "Not me. I'm not here for him," he said gently. "You know that, don't you?" The copy tensed, trembling harder, glitching at the edges of its form. "Don't listen," it rasped. "He'll take you back. He'll put you inside. He'll finish you. That's what he's for." But the version shook his head, a sigh slipping from his lips. "Finishing you isn't my job. Finishing is his job." He pointed behind me, toward the giant creature forcing its way onto the path. The ground cracked beneath its weight. Its breath rattled the leaves. Its chest cavity pulsed, glowing faintly under the storm. "I'm here," the version continued, "because there's another option." My heart stuttered. That one stutter was mine. Then the rhythm snapped back to the creature's pulse. The version noticed. His eyes softened. "You're almost gone. Let me help before it's too late." I wanted to scream for answers, but the path shook. The forest squeezed. The monster roared, and the version stepped close enough for me to see my own reflection in his eyes. Then he whispered, "Come with me, and you'll never go back inside." The copy lunged forward, shoving me aside, ripping its throat raw as it screamed, "Honey snaudi helpingou, heshis tikanine.
Some shiva wars!"
The ground beneath us split open, and we all fell. The ground didn't shatter like stone or crack like wood. It softened beneath our feet, as if turning instantly to wet fabric. 1 second I stood between the copy and the perfect-looking version, the giant creature bearing down on us, with its swollen chest glowing like a furnace. The next, the soil lost all substance, collapsing inward and pulling us with it in a sudden, sickening drop. The path didn't break. It opened, and as gravity ripped me downward, I felt cold air tear along my arms and legs, whipping against my face hard enough to sting. There was no bottom. Not at first. No sense of direction. Just the rush of falling, the blur of shifting shapes, sliding along the sides of a vast throat like tunnel. The walls breathed, expanding with my descent and closing behind me, sealing the way back with a slick, pulsing movement. My scream ripped from my throat, raw and thin, swallowed immediately by the tunnel's humid atmosphere. Something brushed past my face, a strand of thick tissue hanging like a vine, warm to the touch even through the frantic motion. Above me, the opening sealed entirely. Darkness swallowed everything except faint reddish pulses moving along the tunnel walls, matching the beat forced upon my heart, and then impact. Not a hard crash, but a sudden stop as the air thickened until it felt like submerged gel. My body sank into the substance and rolled, flung sideways into a shallow pit of warm mud that smelled faintly sweet, faintly rotten, faintly familiar. I landed with a choked gasp, mud coating my mouth, my eyes, my skin. Every breath burned my throat. My ankle pulsed with molten heat, the mark glowing faintly beneath the layer of sludge. I scrambled up, slipping on the sloped floor, clawing at the walls for support. They pulsed under my fingers like muscle. Something else landed nearby with a heavy splash. The copy. It rolled once, twice, then pushed itself upright with a broken cough, mud sliding from its face in thick globs. Its features flickered for a moment, the skin around its jaw glitching, then stabilizing again as it fixed its eyes on me. Panic filled those eyes. Real panic? Not the hollow imitation I'd seen from the others. "Get up," it rasped. Get up before it follows." A third impact cut the words short. The perfect-looking version dropped into the cavern with the grace of a falling leaf, landing softly on his feet. The mud barely splashed. His expression was calm, untouched by panic or fear. Even the mud avoided him, sliding off his clothes as if repelled by his skin. "We're safe for the moment," he said softly. "No need to panic." The copy bared its teeth with a snarl that wasn't quite human. "Safe. Seth." It struggled against the mud, slipping as it tried to stand fully. "You led us here. This is worse than the heart. This is the place under everything." I looked around, vision adjusting to the reddish glow coming from veins along the fleshy walls. The cavern was enormous. Like the inside of a great stomach or womb, its shape irregular and uneven. The air was thick, warm, damp. Every breath tasted like the same air I breathed in the house. The same air that had filled the hallways, the cellar, the creature's chest. We hadn't fallen into a cave. We'd fallen into another part of the body. The perfect-looking version smiled gently. "You're not listening. I told you, this is where you get to decide your end, not where it's chosen for you." My throat tightened. "What does that mean?" He walked closer, mud parting around his steps like something alive. "It means you aren't trapped. You're standing between two possible futures, and neither of them are the one the creature above wanted for you." My chest burned. My pulse jumped. What futures? The copy grabbed my wrist suddenly, gripping hard enough to hurt. "Don't lust him. He's not what he looks like." The perfect-looking version tilted his head, eyes softening. "Of course I'm what I look like. I'm you. The version you never let yourself become. The version that doesn't fear this place." He motioned to the walls around us. "Because this place is yours." "No." The words slipped from my lips, fragile and unsure. "No, I didn't want any of this." He nodded slowly, not consciously, but parts of you did. Parts you buried, parts you ignored, parts that screamed in the dark while you pretended they weren't yours. A faint sound echoed from deeper in the cavern. A whimper, a sob. A trembling voice saying, "Don't leave me alone." My blood turned to ice. The copy cursed under its breath. "They're waking up." Shapes began to shift across the cavern floor, small mounds rising under the mud, stretching, trembling. One mound sprouted fingers. Another twitched violently, a distorted torso pushing upward. A third let out a faint, gurgling cough. All around us, half-formed versions of me crawled upward from the warm sludge. Failed versions, forgotten versions, broken attempts. Faces twisted by half-finished expressions. Arms that didn't bend right, legs missing joints. Some had no eyes, others had too many, and they all whispered the same thing: stay, don't leave. Help me, finish me, don't go. My breath froze. I stepped back until the wall pulsed against my spine. The perfect-looking version lifted his hand, silencing them with a single gesture. They froze instantly, every malformed version sinking back into stillness as if obeying instinctively. He turned toward me, his voice quiet but steady. There are 3 endings for you. He raised a single finger. 1, you go back into the creature and let it complete what it started. A second finger. 2, you stay here with them, trapped forever in the place beneath everything. A third finger, slowly, gently. And 3, you follow me and leave this world behind entirely. The copy jerked forward, placing itself between us. That third one isn't real, it hissed. He can't take you out. Nobody gets out. You leave the house one way through it, or through the heart. The perfect-looking version smiled, soft and sad. You don't understand because you were never meant to escape. You weren't built for the outside. I was. The copy trembled, its face glitching again. He's lying. He's... The perfect-looking version stepped closer and whispered, ask yourself something. Really ask it. His eyes locked onto mine. Calm, clear, kind. Do you feel like you're dying right now? I swallowed. My chest tightened. The heat climbed my spine. My pulse jittered painfully, struggling between 2 rhythms, unable to choose. The burning in my marked ankle spread upward in waves. I felt like I was unraveling, breaking, being pulled apart. Yes, I whispered. He nodded gently. Because you don't belong on the surface anymore. The house marked you. The creature bound you. You're no longer whole up there, but you can be whole somewhere else. The copy shook violently. "Biv hem." He turned to me again. His voice softened even further, almost a whisper. You want to be whole, don't you? My throat tightened, a desperate ache forming behind my eyes. Yes, I wanted to be whole. I wanted to stop running. I wanted my heartbeat back, my breath, myself. But not like this. Not inside that monster, not swallowed by the house. Where would I go with you? I managed to whisper. The perfect-looking version smiled, a genuine, gentle smile that both comforted and terrified me. Somewhere the house can't follow. The cavern around us trembled, the creature above roaring. The versions whispering beneath the mud, the walls closing in. The copy grabbed my shoulders, shaking me.
I tease a Tritsky!
The perfect-looking version extended his hand one last time. Choose. And the cavern walls began to collapse inward. The cavern didn't collapse in a single rumble or catastrophic break. It contracted. The walls pulsed inward like the slow tightening of a throat swallowing something far too large. Flesh, tin surfaces rippled, veins swelling, membranes expanding and retracting with terrible rhythm. The air thickened until each breath felt like dragging hot syrup into my lungs. A deep groan rolled through the walls, long, low, almost mournful, vibrating up through the floor and into my bones. Mud churned around my feet. Parts of the floor lifted like living waves, pushing upward as if something massive beneath the surface was straining to break free. Thin cracks of red glow split across the walls, lighting the interior with a flickering heartbeat like pulse. Every time the heartbeat surged, the copies buried in the mud jerked, twitched, or whispered incoherently. Stay, don't leave. Finish, help me, you belong. The voices rose and fell in uneven chorus, some sounding like children, some like adults, some like me gasping in fear. A malformed hand shot out from the mud near my foot, fingers bending in impossible angles as it tried to grab my ankle. I jerked away, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The burning from the tendril mark surged with each pulse, climbing up my leg, crawling under my skin like a swarm of tiny insects. The copy shoved me backward, its own body flickering in glitching blurs as the cavern pressed inward.
Movie!
It screamed.
If it closes, it'll crush us. Keep moving.
But there was nowhere to move to. The tunnel we fell through was gone. Absorbed into the ceiling, the membrane sealing like healed flesh. The walls on all sides curved inward like a tightening fist. The only open space was shrinking by the second. The perfect-looking version didn't react to the chaos. He stood in the center of the chamber, perfectly still, perfectly calm. Mud slid away from his shoes without touching the fabric. His reflection, like eyes, tracked my every movement with a gentle patience that made my skin crawl. "You're running out of time," he said quietly. "The house is reclaiming this space. It doesn't like choices." The copy glared at him, teeth clenched. "Say-tu-p." It grabbed my arm again, pulling me away from a rising bulge in the floor that split open to reveal a forming face. One that looked like mine if it had been drowned and left to bloat. "Don't listen to him," it snarled. "He's here to finish what the house started." "No," the perfect-looking version said. "I'm here to give him what you can't." "And what the hell is that?" The copy spat. "A way out." The cavern roared, an ear-splitting, body-shaking roar that wasn't sound as much as vibration. The floor rippled violently. Several malformed versions burst up from the mud, clawing at the air, their faces twisted with desperation, eyes too large, jaws hanging loose, limbs contorting. One of them crawled toward me on hands that bent backward, whispering in a trembling voice, "You left me. Don't do it again." I staggered back, stumbling into the copy. Its grip around my shoulders tightened, protective and trembling. The perfect-looking version extended his hand again, palm up. "Patient. You can't save them. You can't save him." He nodded toward the copy. "He's breaking. He's tethered to the house. He can't leave it. If you stay with him, you stay here." "That's a lie," the copy rasped, stepping between us. "I pulled you out. I kept you from going inside. I'm trying to help you. And it's killing him," the perfect-looking version said gently. "Look at him." I didn't want to. I didn't want to see what he meant. But my eyes betrayed me. The copy's face flickered. The edges of its jaw jittered, parts of its skin pixelated into patches of raw flesh before snapping back. Its chest heaved with breaths too fast, too sharp, too panicked. "Don't look at me," the copy whispered. "I'm fine. Its voice broke off, glitching mid-syllable. Its eyes widened in fear as its legs suddenly buckled beneath it. It grabbed my arm desperately to keep from collapsing completely. "I'm not going back," it gasped, its voice trembling like a corrupted tape. "I won't let him take you. I won't let them finish me." Another glitch, its arm flickering through my sleeve for half a second before solidifying again. "I'm not like them," it choked. "I'm real enough. I'm real enough to help you." The perfect-looking version stepped closer. "But not real enough to survive if he stays here." The cavern dropped several feet in a sudden lurch. We all fell into the mud. The copies buried beneath it screamed, some silently, some too loudly, their voices blending into a painful, chaotic chorus. The walls constricted again. One of the malformed versions was crushed instantly, bones cracking, body folding into the pulsing flesh like clay. Another crawled desperately toward me, its mouth hanging open in a soundless howl before being swallowed by the floor.
"Move over!" the copy shouted. "No,
"Move where?" I yelled back, slipping as I climbed to my feet. "There's nowhere to go." "There is," the perfect-looking version said. He stepped forward, just one step, and the cavern walls froze. Everything stopped. The tightening, the pulsing, the collapsing. Even the malformed copies froze mid-movement, their limbs suspended, their eyes locked on him. The house itself paused, as if waiting. The perfect-looking version's kind smile returned, soft, reassuring, irrationally terrifying. "You're choosing your own ending, remember," he said. "All you need to do is take my hand." The copy grabbed my wrist again, voice breaking. "Don't. If you take it, you're gone. You won't come back." You won't be wow you. The cavern trembled violently, the house trying to resume, to collapse, to swallow us all. The perfect looking version extended his hand farther. This is the only ending where you leave whole. The copy pulled me back, clutching me like a drowning man clings to a single piece of driftwood. You leave with him, you die, it pleaded. You stay with me, you live. Please, stay with me. The cavern roared, the floor split. A new fissure opened beneath us, glowing with pulsing red light. I was out of time. The perfect-looking version whispered, choose. The copy whispered, please. And the floor gave way again. The floor didn't just open, it peeled. The mud cracked along a glowing red seam, and the entire surface split open like a mouth tearing itself wide in a silent scream. Heat burst upward in waves, blasting my face, drying the mud on my skin instantly. The air tasted metallic, sharp, scorched, as if the cavern were exhaling the breath of something ancient trapped beneath it. The copy clung to my wrist with a grip that bordered on frantic desperation. Its fingers trembled violently, trying to anchor us both as the ground crumbled outward, chunks of fleshy mud sliding into the widening fissure. The perfect-looking version didn't flinch. He stood on solid ground. How? I couldn't understand. Every inch of the cavern obeying his stillness, as though he were the center of gravity itself. Below us, the fissure pulsed. Red light pulsed in steady intervals. Heartbeat, heartbeat, heartbeat. The house's heartbeat. The creature's, and mine forced to match its rhythm. My chest tightened painfully, the tendril mark burning as if heated from the inside. The copy pulled me backward, toward a shallow slope of mud that looked like it might still be stable. Movi, it shouted. Don't look down.
Movi!
But I couldn't look away, because inside the fissure, there were shapes. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Bodies suspended in thick, glowing liquid, some curled in fetal positions, others drifting with limp limbs trailing behind them like dead weight. Faces split the surface, drifting upward, sinking downward, rising again, each one a warped echo of mine. Their eyes opened when they sensed me, all of them, synchronously. Come home, they whispered without sound. Lips moved, arms lifted, the liquid churned with reaching hands. My stomach lurched. I stumbled backward, colliding with the copy. The perfect-looking version watched me with an unreadable expression, somewhere between pity and inevitability. They're waiting for you, he murmured. You were the missing piece all along. Without you, they can't finish. Without you, the house can't rest.
I do a below Talara!
I screamed, voice cracking. The fissure answered with a roar, the sound of dozens of voices mashed together into one singular, horrific blend. A long, slow exhale rolled up the walls, warm, wet, alive. The copy yanked me farther back, nearly pulling me to the ground.
Stidla stole him! Steoplugate to him!
The cavern lurched, a violent drop. The walls shuddered inward, chunks of flesh tearing loose and raining down into the glowing pit. The malformed versions embedded in the walls screamed as they fell, voices warping, distorting, then cutting off as they vanished into the light. The perfect-looking version stepped closer, raising his voice for the first time, not loud but firm, unshakable. You don't have time to weigh this. You can't climb out. You can't outrun what's coming. That creature is already digging toward this chamber. You have seconds left before it reaches you, as if on cue. A deafening crack shook the far wall. A massive hand burst through the membrane, fist smashing into the cavern with a bone, shaking thud. Mud blasted outward as thick fingers clawed through the fleshy barrier. The giant creature's face pushed through next, eyes swollen with fury, mouth dripping strands of glowing saliva. Its chest cavity pulsed erratically, opening and closing in violent spasms. It had tracked me here. It was tearing through the lower body of the house to reclaim what it had almost finished. The copy positioned itself in front of me, arms spread, body glitching violently, its outline flickering between solid flesh and translucent static.
Stay BACK!
It roared, voice cracking into shards. The creature lunged forward. The cavern shook hard enough to knock me off my feet. My knees hit the mud, and I nearly slid into the fissure. But the copy grabbed my shirt, dragging me away from the edge. The perfect-looking version extended his hand again, closer now, inches from my face. His voice was calm amid the chaos. "I'm the only chance you have that isn't death or absorption. Come with me, and you'll leave all of this behind." The fissure pulsed violently. Hands reached from the liquid, dozens of them, stretching upward toward my legs, my waist, my chest. The creature roared again, shoving deeper through the cavern wall, massive limbs swinging. One arm slammed into the floor, cracking it further. The copy was thrown backward, tumbling across the mud but scrambling instantly to its feet despite the glitching tearing at its form.
Don't take his hand!
The copy screamed, voice breaking into static.
I flowed or go. Whoa, be we want him more.
The perfect-looking version's expression didn't change. "You're already not you anymore," he said quietly. "That's why it hurts. That's why you're breaking. But I can take the hurt away." My chest constricted so tightly I couldn't breathe. Sweat and rain stung my eyes. Heat climbed up my spine. My pulse spasmed, fighting between two rhythms. My knees buckled. The fissure expanded suddenly, a massive inhale from below, swallowing chunks of floor. More malformed versions fell into the glowing depths, their screams muffled, then silenced. The copy crawled toward me, reaching for my hand. Its skin flickered. Its fingers passed through the mud for a second before becoming solid again. "Plas," it begged. "I don't want to lose you. I can't let you go in there. Please." The perfect-looking version stepped close enough that his breath warmed my cheek. "Take my hand," he whispered. "Let me take you somewhere the house can't touch. Somewhere you belong." The cavern surged inward again. A final contraction. A death throe. The fissure gaped. The creature roared. The versions below howled. The cavern floor dropped several feet in a violent lurch. Everything tilted. Everything collapsed inward. Both versions reached for me, both hands inches from mine. One broken, one perfect. And the floor gave out completely. When the floor dropped, it didn't feel like falling through space. It felt like falling through breath. The entire chamber exhaled in one violent, collapsing wave, pulling everything downward as if inhaling all the life in the room. The walls convulsed, the veins along them snapping like cords under strain. The fissure below expanded with a blinding surge of red light, hot air blasting upward. Malformed versions tumbled past me, limbs flailing, faces twisted in silent screams before they vanished into the depths. I felt my stomach hollow out. My feet left the mud. My arms flailed instinctively. I was weightless for a moment, suspended above the glowing abyss, the roar of the creature behind me merging with the shrieks of unfinished versions below. My pulse thundered in my skull. And then, two hands caught me, one on my left wrist, one on my right. I dangled between them like a body pulled in opposite directions. The heat from the fissure seared my legs, radiant enough to burn through the soaked fabric of my pants. My breath tore from my throat as I twisted upward, desperate to see who held me. On my left, the copy, flickering, glitching, barely solid. Its face twisted in pain, eyes wild, jaw clenched as it struggled to hold my weight. Its arm trembled violently. Parts of its skin flashed transparent, revealing glimpses of bone before snapping back into flesh. It wasn't built to hold itself together anymore, let alone me. On my right, the perfect-looking version, calm, steady, unflinching. His expression remained soft, almost serene, as if the cavern wasn't collapsing around us and the creature wasn't roaring behind him. His grip was firm, warm, solid. He held me as if he'd been expecting this moment all along. Below, the fissure pulsed like a second heartbeat of the world, each throb releasing upward drafts of scalding air. The light flared, illuminating the dozens of suspended bodies beneath. Versions of me drifting helplessly in the glowing fluid, their faces rising and sinking like drowned memories. their eyes all opened, shimmering in unison with the red glow. "Let go," they whispered. "Come home." My legs dangled inches above their grasping hands. The cavern groaned again, louder, deeper, a terrifying rumble of muscle and bone. The giant creature forced itself farther into the collapsing chamber, its enormous hand reaching blindly, fingers scraping the roof, digging into the walls, tearing away chunks of pulsating flesh. Its eyes locked on me, and it screamed. A sound like a billion voices compressed into one, because it saw what was happening. It saw it was losing me. It saw I was suspended between two futures, neither of them the one it wanted. The copy strained, voice shredding as it screamed above the roar.
Seal IMB!
GRABMYRMIMB.
No!
The perfect version spoke softly, barely raising his voice. "You don't need to climb. Just let go of the fear and take my hand. I won't drop you." The fissure widened again. The heat intensified. The glowing fluid surged upward. Hands reached higher. The malformed bodies climbed the walls toward me, dragging themselves upward with jerking motions. "Stay, join, finish." My heart skittered painfully. My lungs spasmed. My skin crawled with heat. I could barely think. Both hands held me. Both pulled gently upward. Both felt real. But the copy's grip slipped. Not by choice. Its arm flickered violently, half of its hand dissolving under my skin before solidifying again. It screamed, an awful, broken sound, as its shoulder twisted unnaturally from the strain.
Duo-I-T yelled. You taste ticket you deeper!
The perfect-looking version's voice hovered just above a whisper. "Listen to him and you fall. Listen to me and you live." The copy's arm buckled. Its forearm flickered into static, bones showing through, threatening to snap. "It mus guaintiu laosi mi." My chest seized. My breath stuttered. My mind screamed with primal terror. Below us, the glowing pit released a new surge, a massive, blazing inhalation. A column of scorching light shot upward, straight toward me. I had seconds, maybe less. The creature roared again, close enough that hot saliva splashed across my back. Its massive hand swiped, missing me by inches as it tried to reclaim its incomplete version. The copy shrieked with effort. Its voice shattered into glitching fragments. "I won't tell wow, you Joe. Don't. The perfect-looking version lifted my wrist higher, with a strength no version had shown before. His eyes locked onto mine, not cold, not cruel, not hollow, but warm, certain, and disturbingly hopeful. "I won't fight you," he murmured. "I'll just be here. When you choose." Another lurch, another roar, another surge of burning light. Both hands slipped, just enough to make my stomach drop, just enough to make the decision unavoidable. The copy screamed. The perfect version whispered. The monster reached. The pit inhaled. The cavern collapsed inward. Every force in that world pulled at me, claimed me, begged me, demanded me. And as the last bit of solid ground crumbled beneath us, as the glowing light surged upward to swallow everything, I grabbed one of the hands. When my fingers closed around the hand I chose, everything else vanished. The roar of the creature, the shrieks from the malformed versions, the collapsing cavern, the heat from the fissure, even the glow rising like a living fire beneath us. All of it blurred into a single, muffled roar as though the world had been plunged underwater. The only thing that remained sharp, painfully sharp, was the sensation of skin against mine, warm, solid, human. It didn't matter which one I had grabbed. Not yet. Not while gravity still dragged both of us downward. The cavern gave one final, violent shudder, and then the last platform of mud beneath the perfect-looking version's feet crumbled away entirely. For a split second we were both suspended in the embrace of that boiling red glow below. The copy screamed, a raw, splintered sound that tore from its throat in a way no living person could have produced. But the sound wasn't only fear. There was heartbreak in it, a pain so sharp and so genuine that it cut through the chaos like a blade. Its hand scraped frantically at the mud, slick ground, but the surface dissolved beneath its fingers. It reached for me again, but it was too late. My weight had already shifted. My decision sealed in the tiny, irreversible movement of my fingers closing around the wrong wrist. The fisher inhaled again, harder this time, and all the remaining copies fell in first, sucked downward like feathers in a fire draft. They vanished into the glowing fluid below, their outlines melting into the swirling red. Some reached upward in silent pleas. Others didn't fight at all. A few clawed desperately at the walls as they fell, leaving streaks in the soft tissue. Then I fell. I fell with the one whose hand I had chosen. The heat engulfed us, a wave so blistering I thought it ripped my skin from my bones. The world became nothing but red, red light, red heat, red pulsing from every angle. My breath seared my throat as I plummeted through a layer of thick, heavy air that clung to my skin like molten cloth. The grip on my wrist tightened, not painfully, but firmly, as if reassuring me that I wouldn't fall alone. The fissure swallowed us whole, and then impact. Not hard, not sharp, but soft, like falling into warm, living water. The glowing fluid closed over my head, pressing against my eyes, my ears, my lips. It wasn't liquid, not exactly. It was thicker, denser, like blood mixed with something heavier, something pulsing with its own heartbeat. For a moment, panic seized my chest, and I kicked wildly in the thick substance. But the hand holding mine pulled gently upward, guiding me as if through a viscous current. Shapes drifted beside me in the glowing depths, familiar shapes. Versions, some fully formed, some twisted, some incomplete. They floated past with lifeless, drifting motions, eyes open but unseeing. Their faces brushed mine as they passed. Their fingers grazed my arms. One pressed its forehead gently to mine before drifting downward into the darker red beneath. My lungs screamed for air. My vision pulsed. My chest convulsed. I thought I was going to drown in whatever this was. But the hand holding mine tugged upward harder. My head broke the surface of the glowing pit with a gasp, thick fluid clinging to my face in long, dripping strands. I coughed violently, trying to spit it out, but it slid down my throat with a warm, copper taste that made my stomach twist. The cavern above had sealed. Every version that didn't fall with us was gone. The giant creature's roar echoed faintly from far above, muffled by layers of flesh and soil. But the fissure, our plunge, had taken us somewhere deeper, much deeper, somewhere the creature couldn't immediately follow. My vision blurred as the warm fluid dripped from my eyelashes. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear it. And then I saw him, the one I had grabbed, standing chest deep in the pulsing liquid, his hand still wrapped around mine. The perfect-looking version. His face was illuminated from below by the glow, making him look almost ethereal. He wasn't breathing hard. He wasn't panicked. The glow reflected in his eyes as he looked at me with a strange mixture of relief and certainty. "You made the right choice," he said softly. Something inside me twisted. Was it guilt, fear, a realization of what I'd done? I didn't answer. Couldn't. My lungs still burned. My throat was still coated with the thick red fluid. He stepped closer, his grip gentle but unbreakable. "You wouldn't have survived up there. You felt it. The house was taking you apart, but down here you're safe." Safe. The word echoed inside my head like a lie wrapped in silk. I glanced around. The glowing pit led outward into a tunnel, long, narrow, pulsating faintly, lined with dripping membranes that stretched and contracted like lungs. It wasn't a cave. It wasn't a room. It was a passage deeper into the body, into the house, into whatever lay beneath all of it. The perfect-looking version squeezed my hand. "Come on, we're close." My voice cracked. Close to what? To the place the house doesn't own. I hesitated. My body trembled. My pulse throbbed painfully in the tendril mark on my ankle. He saw the hesitation and smiled, soft, understanding, dangerous. "You think I'm leading you into something worse," he said. "But if the house wanted you deeper, you'd already be under the surface of this pit, dissolving with the others." His eyes held mine. It can't follow us where we're going. Before I could respond, a faint echo drifted from behind us, a glitching, broken whisper. A "don't leave." I whipped around. The copy. It clung to a membrane halfway down the pit wall, its fingers digging into the flesh. Its form flickered violently, transparent in some places, solid in others. The tendrils of the pit pulled at its legs, trying to drag it downward. Its eyes locked onto mine with agonizing hurt. "You grabbed him," it whispered. "You left me." My breath hitched. My heart twisted. It looked betrayed. Then it reached its hand up toward me, fingers trembling. Voice cracking, "Please, don't walk away." The perfect-looking version tightened his grip on my wrist. His voice was low, final, certain. "He can't come with us. He was never meant to." The copy's voice broke into static. Its face twisted in pain. Don't leave me, please." The glowing pit pulled harder at its legs. The membrane tore beneath its fingers. Its hand slipped. "Wow, you see," it screamed. "Yo, you side," and then it fell, silently, completely, into the glowing depths. The red light swallowed it, closed over it, and the surface stilled. I stared, chest heaving, throat burning, heart pounding itself raw inside my ribs. I didn't mean," I choked out. The perfect-looking version stepped closer, placing his free hand on my shoulder. "You can't save everything you lose," he whispered, "but you can still save yourself." I stared into his reflection, like eyes, and noticed something. Behind his pupils, deep inside, something writhed, something moved, something watched me back. A shiver crawled down my spine. Still holding my wrist, he motioned toward the pulsating tunnel ahead. "Come," he said. And as he pulled me forward, something in the tunnel whispered my name. The whisper of my name didn't echo. It slid across the surface of the glowing fluid like a breath blown directly into my ear. I froze, every muscle locking, my heartbeat tightening, until it felt like a rope pulled taut inside my chest. The perfect-looking version didn't slow. His hand remained wrapped around mine, warm and steady, pulling me gently toward the tunnel that pulsed with slow, deliberate breaths. Each inhale made the walls expand outward like wet fabric stretched over ribs. Each exhale pulled them back into tight, living folds. He didn't seem to hear the whisper. Or maybe he did, but he expected it. "Don't worry," he murmured. "It's just calling because it knows you're close." "Close to what?" My voice cracked, still raw from swallowing the glowing fluid. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he guided me toward a ledge where the pulsing tunnel rose from the glowing pit like the throat of some giant beast. The surface was slick but firm enough to stand on. The red light from below painted the underside of the tunnel a deep crimson, and for a moment, I thought I could see veins beneath the membrane, thin, wary lines shifting fluid through unseen channels. As I climbed out of the pit, the warm liquid clinging to my skin dripped in thick strands, melting back into the glow below. The smell of the place was stronger here, sweet rot mixed with something metallic and strangely comforting, like blood warmed by a heartbeat. The perfect-looking version squeezed my hand once more before letting it go. "You're not used to this depth yet," he said softly. "Take a breath." I inhaled, and instantly regretted it. The air at this level was thick, heavy with warmth, and it vibrated against the inside of my lungs. It felt like breathing through damp cloth. The taste was familiar, disturbingly close to the stale warmth the house exhaled when I first entered its halls. Only deeper, older, closer to whatever heart lay beneath all of this. My pulse flickered, slowed, then matched a deeper rhythm again. The version saw me grimace. "It gets easier the farther in we go." I stared at him through the dim red light. "I don't want to go farther in. I want to get out." He held my gaze, unflinching. "You chose me," he said quietly. "That means part of you already knows there's no going back the way you came." A sudden flash of guilt stabbed through me. The memory of the copy's face, the way its hand slipped from the membrane, the raw terror in its voice as it screamed not to be left behind. You said he couldn't come with us, I whispered. Why? Why couldn't he? The perfect-looking version stepped closer, his expression softening with something like sadness. Because he was still tied to the house. Every glitch you saw was proof. His form was unraveling. Sooner or later, he would have snapped apart, just like the ones in the walls. I swallowed, feeling the weight of the choice crushing the back of my throat. Hey, he seemed real. He was real, the version said, but real doesn't mean free. My stomach twisted. I looked down at the glowing pit again. The surface was calm now, flat, pulsing faintly like the surface of a gigantic heartbeat. The copy didn't resurface. Not even a ripple remained. The tunnel ahead beckoned, soft pulses traveling along its length like waves. And again, faint as breath, I heard my name, whispered, drawn out, begging, wanting. Who is that? I asked, voice trembling. The perfect-looking version turned his head slightly, as if listening. A faint smile touched his lips. Not who. What? The tunnel recognizes you because you belong to this pathway now. I don't belong to this place. He studied me for a long moment, eyes reflecting the pulsing red around us. Not in the way the house wanted, he said. But there are deeper places than the house. Older ones. Places not shaped by the creature you saw above. My breath caught. You mean there's something else down here? Yes, he said softly. Something the house itself fears. Fear. That word hit me like a cold blade sliding between my ribs. The house feared something. The creature feared something. Even the perfect-looking version. No, he didn't fear it. He was leading me toward it. I took a step back. The pit glowed behind me. The tunnel pulsed before me. The cavern sealed above me. There was no way out. Why would I go toward something the house is scared of? I forced out. He held out his hand. Palm up, open, inviting. Because it's the only thing strong enough to separate you from the house. And from everything it made of you. Everything it made of me. Copies. Fragments. Voices. Bodies. The giant creature. Every version. Each one a piece pulled out of me, twisted into form, used to construct something else. What is that thing? I whispered. The giant one, the one that grabbed me. An attempt, he said simply. A version close to completion but built wrong. Too big, too literal, too hollow. And what are you? I asked. He stepped closer, the glow outlining the edges of his face with soft warmth. I'm the version built from everything you didn't want to lose. Every part you buried. Every part you hid. Every part you ran from. And where are you taking me? He smiled. Not unsettling this time. Not predatory. Just sure. To the core. The word vibrated inside the tunnel. The walls shuddered, responding. The heartbeat beneath us shifted tempo. And something far down the passageway whispered again. Not my name this time. Something older. Something deeper. Another pulse traveled through the tunnel, and the perfect-looking version stepped inside. He turned back to me, his silhouette framed by the pulsing red light. You chose me. Don't be afraid of where that choice leads. I hesitated only a moment, the memory of the copy's scream tearing through my mind, and then I stepped after him. The tunnel closed behind me. The moment the tunnel sealed behind me, the air shifted. It wasn't just thicker, it felt aware. A slow, warm pressure slid across my back like the tunnel was sniffing me, confirming my presence before letting me continue. The membrane behind me tightened, fusing shut with a soft, wet sound that vibrated down my spine. I spun around, palms slapping the wall, but the surface had already become smooth, seamless, unblemished. No doorway, no weakness, no exit. Panic flared at the edges of my vision. My breath accelerated in shallow bursts that refused to fill my lungs. The smell of the place, the metallic sweetness, the humid rot, the dense heartbeat of the walls, pressed against my senses until I felt dizzy. I swallowed hard, trying to steady myself, but each inhale felt like I was borrowing breath from a lung that wasn't mine. Ahead of me, the perfect-looking version walked calmly, his steps soft against the pulsing floor. He didn't glance back. He didn't slow. The tunnel brightened around him, lighting his silhouette with a steady glow, as if the structure itself recognized him and cleared the path. "Stay close," he murmured. "It can feel when you hesitate." My voice scraped out before I could stop it. "What can?" He didn't answer. Maybe that was the answer. The tunnel widened gradually, the walls pulling back like curtains of breathing skin. Every few feet, the pulsing glow rippled across the membrane in waves, illuminating strange markings embedded beneath the surface. Thin, swirling shapes that looked almost like tendons arranged into symbols. They seemed familiar in a way I couldn't explain, as if I'd seen them before in dreams I couldn't remember, or nightmares I had forced myself to forget. A whisper skated across the back of my neck, not my name this time, not a plea, not a call, a murmur of recognition, warm, intimate, welcoming. Finally, I stiffened, stumbling. The perfect-looking version slowed just enough to glance over his shoulder. His expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. The same subtle movement I noticed earlier, something writhing deep beneath the reflection, like surface of his pupils. "You hear it," he said softly. My throat constricted. "What is that voice?" His gaze held mine for a moment. Then he turned forward again. "What you were always meant to hear." That answer did nothing to calm the knot twisting in my gut. We continued deeper. The floor changed texture subtly, so gradually I barely noticed until the membrane felt firmer, less like raw muscle and more like cartilage. The air grew hotter with each step. Beads of sweat rolled down my temples, sliding through the residue of the glowing fluid still clinging to my face. My ankle burned constantly now, a spreading heat that pulsed in time with the tunnel's throb. I tried to slow my breathing, to fight the forced rhythm that kept trying to sync my body with whatever lived down here. But every time I tried to resist, pain lanced up my spine, sharp and electric. My body wasn't mine. My pulse wasn't mine. I was being shaped, subtly, quietly, inevitably. The perfect-looking version paused suddenly. The tunnel ahead opened into a chamber, huge, spherical, pulsing with deep red light. I couldn't see the far wall. The chamber pulsed with a heartbeat so powerful it shook the floor beneath my feet. And hanging in the center, suspended by thick, sinewy cords, was a shape so large it took my brain several seconds to process what I was looking at. A sphere of flesh, beating, breathing, listening. The perfect-looking version stepped aside, letting me see it fully. "This," he whispered, "is the core." The sphere pulsed again, a slow expansion that pushed the warm air outward like a furnace. I staggered back. What is it?" He stepped closer to me, not blocking my view, but anchoring me. "It's older than the house, older than the creature above, older than every version you saw. Everything built around it was just scaffolding, attempts, walls, skin." My skin prickled. "This is alive. It's more than alive," he said quietly. "It's aware." I swallowed hard, unable to tear my eyes from the beating mass. "Why bring me here?" The perfect-looking version turned to me fully now. His expression softened, not friendly, not manipulative, but something unsettlingly earnest. "Because it's been reaching for you since the moment you stepped into the house." My heart lurched painfully. Reaching for me. "Yes." A whisper. "Certain." "Why me?" I asked. "What does it want with me?" He stepped closer again, almost close enough to touch me. The glow behind him turned his profile into a silhouette, smooth, defined, eerily perfect. "Because you're the only one it couldn't finish." The words hit me like a blow to the stomach. "What?" He lifted his hand gently toward my cheek, but didn't touch. His fingertips hovered inches from my skin. "The house tried. The versions tried. Even the creature tried." He paused, voice softening. "But you resisted. You broke the process. And that made you different." "Different how?" The words trembled out of me. "For it to complete itself, it needs something whole. Something unbroken." He tilted his head. "It needs you." My stomach twisted violently. "No, I'm not letting myself get absorbed. I'm not letting it crawl inside me. I'm not." You misunderstand, he said gently. It doesn't want to absorb you. He stepped closer, so close I could feel the heat radiating off his skin. It wants to give you something. My breath caught. Give me what? His answer came in a whisper that slid directly into my ear like a warm breath. A body that isn't afraid anymore. My pulse slammed. No, what does that mean? You've been living broken, he murmured. Afraid. Fragmented. Full of shadows. The house saw all of them. The copies were all of them. But the core. His eyes glowed with reflected red light. It knows how to put you back together. Behind him. The sphere pulsed again. This time with a low hum that vibrated through my ribs. And then, something unimaginable happened. A thin tendril stretched from the core, reaching toward us. Toward me. It moved slowly, gently, curiously, like a hand reaching out for a lost child. I stumbled back. No, get that away from me. The perfect-looking version held up a calming hand. It won't hurt you. It's calling you. You feel it. You've always felt it. The tendril hovered inches from my face, warm, soft, inviting. And then, somewhere behind me, a faint sound echoed through the sealed tunnel. Not a roar, not a whisper. A voice. Broken, strained, barely alive. My voice. Don't let him. I spun around. The sealed membrane bulged, as if something battered it from the other side. The perfect-looking version's smile faded. His voice dropped to a whisper. No, that's not possible. The membrane bulged again. Harder, a crack forming. The sound came a second time, louder, closer, shaking with desperation. Don't let him. Finish you. My heart nearly stopped. The copy wasn't dead, and it had followed us. The perfect-looking version stepped forward, for the first time unnerved. Stay close to me, he said sharply. Don't go to it. But the crack spread through the membrane, and my fingers pushed through. The membrane tore with a sound like wet fabric, being ripped apart by a desperate hand. A jagged seam split across the fleshy wall, leaking pale, warm fluid that dripped in fat strands onto the pulsing floor. The perfect-looking version stepped in front of me so fast the air around him seemed to ripple. His entire posture changed, no longer relaxed, gentle, or calm. For the first time since I'd met him, his expression sharpened into something like fear or fury. The tear widened. A hand, my hand, thrust through the opening, fingers trembling violently, nails cracked and caked with red fluid. It clawed at the membrane, ripping downward with frantic jerks. The membrane stretched, resisting like muscle trying not to separate, but the hand only pulled harder, fueled by raw panic. Behind that hand, in the narrow crack, an eye appeared. My eye, but not the perfect one's. Not the child's. Not the other malformed versions. This eye flickered with that same glitching distortion as before. A fractured, broken reflection. The copy. It slammed its weight into the membrane again, and again. Each impact sent tremors through the chamber. The core pulsed faster behind me, the sphere's hum rising to a low rumble. The tendril still hovered inches from my face, hesitating now, withdrawn slightly as if sensing the disturbance. The perfect-looking version hissed under his breath. That shouldn't be possible. He shouldn't be able to reach this far. I stumbled back, heart pounding. You said he couldn't come with us. I said he wasn't meant to. The perfect-looking version snapped, eyes fixed on the bulging membrane. His perfect calm was gone, replaced with something bitter, fearful, and strangely human. If he's here, it means he's no longer tethered to the house. Something else is pulling him forward. The copy's voice rose again from behind the membrane, hoarse, glitching, agonized Dio-N-Tu, El-Eat A-Sham. The seam tore wider. The copy's face shoved through, half solid, half flickering, dripping red fluid down its chin. Its skin stuttered between forms my face, then a stretched version of my face, then a hollow reflection, before snapping back into itself. Its expression twisted with raw desperation. It was in agony. It was breaking, but it kept coming. The perfect-looking version stepped forward. Stop, he commanded, voice low but forceful. You don't belong here. You can't survive this depth. The copy lifted its head and screamed. Not at the perfect-looking version. At me.
Is she sly?
The force of its voice shook the chamber. The core behind me shuddered violently, the sphere pulsing so hard my knees nearly buckled. The tendril flinched backward like a startled animal. Every heartbeat in the room, mine, the core's, even the pulse in the walls, skipped for a brief, terrifying moment. The perfect-looking version snarled, "You're destabilizing the entire chamber!" He marched toward the membrane, his outline warping with each step, as if the deeper pulse of the core was tugging at his shape. You need to leave. No W. The copy's glitching hand shot out and grabbed the perfect version's wrist. Their skin met, and sparks of red light burst between them, the chamber reacting violently to the collision of two incompatible halves. The perfect-looking version recoiled instantly, ripping his arm back with a gasp. The copy shoved forward through the tear, forcing its shoulder through the membrane. Flesh ripped. Fluid poured. The chamber shook harder. I said the copy growled through clenched teeth, Doen Gowidhm. I froze between them. The tendril reaching again for my cheek, the perfect version stepping protectively toward me, the copy bleeding and breaking and clawing its way inside. I didn't know who to trust, or if either deserved trust at all. The perfect-looking version's voice softened again, but this time the warmth was strained, cracking at the edges. He's unraveling. Look at him. He can't survive another minute at this depth. He's trying to drag you into his collapse. The copy snarled, I'm Tiarmanjitu, Savi Yoyu. Its form flickered fast enough to blur.
A's, note, Moyet, hey, Ciliums.
The perfect version stepped between me and the copy, blocking my view. You chose me. You made your choice. This place calls to you because of that. Don't let a mistake pull you away from your path. My chest burned. My ankle throbbed. My head pounded.
Movie!
I shouted, shoving him aside. For a moment. Just a moment. He let me push him, as if letting me feel agency was part of the game. I stumbled toward the copy. It reached out, body glitching wildly, dripping pieces of light like pixelated blood. Come with me, the copy pleaded. We can still go back. We can still escape. We can still be us. The perfect-looking version's shadow loomed behind me. He can't get you out. He never could. He's desperate because he knows the core won't accept him. The copy's voice fractured. Daunt, Tarest, Heim. Its form flickered again. My face, the perfect face, then something skeletal, then back to its broken self. The membrane was beginning to heal around its torso, tightening like a muscle, trying to force it back out. It screamed, not in pain, but in panic. Ples, Doant, Leli, Tm, Phoenix, Yoyu. Behind us, the core pulsed with immense force. The tendril extended fully now, reaching across the chamber like an arm meant to cradle, not capture. And then, a voice vibrated through the chamber. Not the perfect versions, not the copies, not even mine, something deeper, older, from the core itself. Saros, the entire chamber thrummed. The walls pulsed inward. The air thickened. My lungs spasmed. The ground rippled beneath my feet. The perfect-looking version reached for my hand. The copy reached for my other. And the tendril reached for my chest. All three touching distance. All three wanting me. All three pulling in different directions. The chamber shook so violently I fell to my knees, my hands sinking into the living floor. The core hummed louder. The walls tightened. The membrane behind the copy began to split further. The tendril curled toward my heart, and I realized something horrifying. No matter which choice I made, I wouldn't walk away whole. But doing nothing, letting all three collide, would tear me apart entirely. The ground beneath me bulged. The core thrummed again. Everything in the chamber whispered, Sios. And as the perfect-looking version and copy lunged at the same moment, I made my decision. I didn't choose the perfect-looking version. I didn't choose the copy either. And I didn't choose the core. I chose the only thing the chamber didn't expect. I threw myself sideways, not toward either hand, not toward the reaching tendril, just away. A desperate, instinctive lunge that ripped my palms from the fleshy floor and flung my body across the chamber in a clumsy, terrified scramble. My shoulders slammed into the pulsing membrane hard enough to knock the air from my lungs. Heat exploded beneath my skin. Red light flared across the chamber like lightning, and the entire room reacted. The core screamed, not audibly, not with sound, but with a vibration so deep it shook my bones from the inside. The pulsing sphere at the center of the chamber contracted sharply, shrinking inward as if gasping in shock. The tendrils snapped backward, recoiling with a violent twitch. For the first time, it looked confused. The perfect-looking version froze mid-lunge, eyes wide, not with anger, not with disappointment, but pure disbelief. His extended hand trembled, fingers splaying as though the force of my rejection struck something inside him. His expression cracked around the edges, the perfect calm fracturing. "You ran," he whispered, as if the idea was unthinkable. The copy, still half caught in the torn membrane, let out a ragged, glitching laugh, an ugly, broken sound that sprayed red fluid from its mouth. Tell Dioyu it choked. S. Yayo-RS. The perfect version spun toward it with a glare sharper than anything I'd seen on him. His voice deepened, not by volume, but by something darker beneath the surface. "You don't understand what he's risking." The copy coughed, twitching violently as the membrane tightened around its torso. UNDR tense, Eno UH. The core pulsed violently, sending ripples through the floor. The heat intensified, rising in suffocating waves that made my vision swim. My hands shook uncontrollably, slick with the thick fluid. I pressed my back against the wall, sliding downward until I hit the floor, chest heaving. The perfect-looking version took a slow step toward me, measured, careful, predatory. "You can't run from this," he said softly. "Not anymore. You already chose once." "I didn't choose you," I spat, breath raw. I grabbed the first hand I could reach. His expression tightened, subtle but unmistakable. His jaw clenched. The glow from the core reflected in his eyes, revealing the shifting shape behind his pupils again. Something deep inside him twisted, writhing like a creature behind glass. "You grabbed me because you wanted to survive," he whispered. "And I gave you that chance. Don't throw it away because you're afraid of what you don't understand." My stomach dropped. "I'm afraid of you." The copy let out another glitching laugh. "Go, Dioyu. School D. B." The perfect version rounded on it with a sudden snarl. "Be silent." The core pulsed again, louder, deeper, harder, as though the entire chamber was responding to my refusal. The floor rippled like disturbed water. The walls tightened in rhythmic spasms. The tendril hovered uncertainly, as if waiting for a new signal from above. The heat pressed closer, suffocating, overwhelming. The perfect-looking version turned back to me with an unsettling calm slowly returning to his face. "You can't outrun fate. Watch me," I whispered. He didn't even smile. Instead, he crouched down, slowly, bringing himself to eye level with me. "You don't know what you're rejecting," he murmured. "The core wanted to give you a body without fear, a mind without pain, a version of you that isn't broken or haunted or weak." My throat tightened. "I'm not weak." He studied me for a long moment. "Then why are you trembling?" My blood ran cold. Because he was right, I was trembling. Not from cold. There was no cold in this place, but from the sheer force of terror and adrenaline swirling inside me. The copy lunged forward again, trying to tear free of the membrane, but it snapped tight around its torso, pulling it back with a sickening wet crunch. It screamed, raw and distorted, as its form flickered dangerously, edges breaking into static. The perfect version didn't even look at it. He kept his eyes on me. "You're hurting," he whispered, "inside and out." The core felt it. I felt it. He extended his hand again. "Let us take it away." "No," I whispered. "I want to leave." "You can't leave." He said it gently, almost lovingly. But the words chilled me to the marrow. The copy suddenly screamed, louder than before, a desperate, throat-tearing sound. Rowan. The chamber reacted instantly. The core pulsed. The floor shook, the walls tightened, the tendril recoiled. But the perfect-looking version's hand shot toward my arm. Fast, too fast, and I threw myself sideways again. Harder, faster, more desperate. My hand slammed into the floor and slid across the slick, pulsing surface. Heat burned my palms. The chamber tilted in my vision as I scrambled away from him on hands and knees. The perfect-looking version's voice sharpened. Stop. I ran. Not toward him. Not toward the core. Not toward the copy. Not toward the tunnel behind us. I ran toward the one place no one was looking, a narrow crease in the chamber wall, half hidden by the shifting pulse of the flesh. The perfect-looking version shouted my name, the sound echoing too loudly, the chamber vibrating in response. The core hummed violently, tendril whipping back as though struck. The copy screamed my name through the torn membrane, voice breaking, pleading, glitching. But I shoved myself into the crease regardless, pressing my body through the tight, collapsing fold of living tissue, not caring where it led, only that it wasn't toward any of them. The flesh parted, just barely, and swallowed me. Behind me, the chamber exploded into a chorus of voices. The perfect-looking version shouting, the copy screaming, the core roaring, all three calling for me at once. And then, the passage sealed. And I was plunged into darkness, so absolute it felt wet. The darkness didn't wait for my eyes to adjust. It pressed against me from every direction, thick and warm, coating my skin like a second layer of flesh. I couldn't see my own hands in front of me. Couldn't see the walls. Couldn't see anything but the faint, red pulse that throbbed behind my eyelids. When I inhaled, the air slid into my lungs like steam, too warm, too heavy, and laced with a sweet scent that made me swallow hard to keep from gagging. The passage was narrow, so narrow that the slick walls brushed my shoulders and hips with each frantic crawl forward. They felt alive. The surface shifted slightly with every movement I made, contracting or relaxing like a throat responding to what moved inside it. I dragged myself through by instinct alone, hands slipping over the hot membrane, knees sinking into something soft beneath me that squeezed around my legs as if trying to help me along, or slow me down. I couldn't tell. Behind me, the chamber let out a low, distant roar that sounded like a mixture of thunder and something crying out in pain. I froze, pressing myself flat against the narrow tunnel floor. The vibration carried along the walls, through my ribs, into my teeth. The perfect-looking version's voice cut through the echo, calling my name. Calling it with that calm tone that had shifted into something far sharper, something harder, something that no longer pretended to be gentle. Then the copy screamed my name, too, a warped, agonized version of it that glitched in the middle like it was breaking apart while he shouted. Their voices collided inside the chamber, clashing like two halves of a broken echo. The core hummed, louder than both. The tone rose and fell, vibrating the passage around me until I thought my bones were going to crack. My breath caught. My heartbeat spasmed. I stayed still, barely breathing, praying none of them were close enough to sense me. The perfect-looking version's voice grew sharper. You can't hide from what you are. I am not yours, I wanted to scream, but I didn't. Not here. Not while the tunnel felt like it had its ear pressed against my chest. I forced myself to keep moving, crawling, dragging, inch by inch. Every shift of my weight made the passage tighten around me in subtle waves, like swallowing motions. The warmth grew, rising until it felt like the air itself was pushing against my skin. Sweat gathered under the grime, sliding down my spine in hot rivulets. My throat burned with each breath. A soft whisper drifted through the passage, brushing the back of my neck like warm breath. Not a voice, not words, just sound. A low, rhythmic hum that matched the pulsing walls. At first I thought it was the core again, reaching. But no, this felt older, deeper, heavier. Something beneath the core. My mind recoiled at the idea. There couldn't be something below that. Nothing could survive deeper. Nothing could exist in a place that felt this far from the surface, this far from the world I once knew. I forced myself to crawl faster. My elbows slid across the slick membrane. My fingers sank into grooves I couldn't see, grooves that felt like ribs or tendons. The walls trembled as I pushed through them, and for one terrifying moment, the passage clamped around my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My ribs creaked. My vision darkened. Then the tunnel relaxed again, and I pulled myself forward with a desperate gasp. The further I crawled, the quieter the voices behind me became. The roars softened. The hum faded. The perfect-looking version's calling grew faint, then distant, then barely a whisper swallowed by the pulsing walls. The copy's glitching cries dwindled into broken echoes, then nothing at all. Finally there was silence. Only the breathing tunnel, only my own ragged gasps, and the faint pulse beneath it all, the deeper one, the one that didn't belong to the core. I crawled until my arms shook and my palms throbbed. My knees were raw from dragging across the slick membrane. My throat ached. My ankle, where the tendril's mark still burned, pulsed with heat that spread upward through my leg like a creeping infection. My mind spiraled with fear. What was I heading toward? Was there even a way out? Had I thrown myself into a place even the perfect-looking version wouldn't enter? The tunnel around me widened by half an inch, barely noticeable, but enough for me to shift my shoulders more comfortably. The air cooled slightly. The hum softened. It was subtle, but it was change. Any change felt like progress. And then, my fingers brushed open air. I froze. The tunnel ended. My hand slid forward and touched nothing. Not membrane, not flesh, just an empty drop. I pressed my palms into the edge and leaned forward. The space ahead opened into darkness deeper than anything I'd seen before. A cavern, a void, a throat, no glow, no pulse. Just silence so heavy it felt like a physical weight on my skull. But beneath that silence, far below, a slow sound echoed upward through the emptiness. Breathing, heavy, uneven, painful. Like something enormous struggling for air. A chill slid down my spine, even though the tunnel was still warm. Something down there was alive. My heartbeat hammered. I almost backed away, almost turned around. But the sound of the perfect-looking version shouting my name again, faint, but approaching, sent terror flooding through me. I didn't have the luxury of hesitation. I slid forward until my chest hung over the edge. The drop was deep, so deep I couldn't see a floor. Couldn't see walls. Couldn't see anything. I swallowed hard, pulse thrumming in my throat. If I fell, I might never hit the bottom. If I stayed, I'd be found. And if I crawled back, I'd have to face the perfect version, the copy, and the core. So I made the only choice I had left. I lowered myself into the void, fingers gripping the passage edge, feet dangling over nothing, heart hammering so loud it echoed inside my skull. And as I let go, as my body dropped into the blackness, a voice rose from the depths below. A whisper, soft, waiting, certain. I've been waiting for you. Then something enormous moved in the dark. The fall lasted longer than gravity should have allowed. I didn't plummet. I sank, like dropping through layers of warm fog that clung to my skin and slowed my descent. The air around me thickened the deeper I went, shifting from humid warmth to something cooler, almost cold, almost damp. My stomach stayed suspended in my chest the whole time, unable to decide if I was falling or being lowered by invisible hands. Below me, the darkness changed. Not brighter, never brighter, but textured. As my eyes adjusted, faint shapes stirred inside the void, moving in slow arcs like shadows swimming through ink. They didn't drift randomly. They circled me, tracing loops around my descending body with eerie, deliberate calm. I couldn't hear wings or limbs or splashes. Only the steady breathing, the breathing of something alive, something below, something waiting. My feet brushed something soft, not ground, something curved, something warm, something that shifted from under me like the surface of a sleeping animal. I gasped and stumbled, landing to my knees on what felt like damp hide. My palms hit the surface with a wet sound. The scent around me changed, earthier now, metallic, like old blood mixed with soil. Behind me, above the void, faint echoes vibrated through the tunnel I had escaped. The perfect-looking version's voice grew sharper, more frustrated. The core hummed like a distant machine. The copy's scream fractured somewhere between agony and rage. But none of them mattered anymore, because down here, they couldn't follow. I felt that. The way a hunted animal feels nightfall. The darkness stirred. A heavy exhale rolled across the cavern, pushing my hair back, flattening my clothes against my body. The airflow was enormous, rhythmic, like the cavern itself was breathing with lungs the size of houses. And then, the voice came again, soft, close, uncomfortably close. Don't be afraid. I froze. The voice wasn't like the perfect versions, smooth and controlled, nor like the copy's fractured echo. This voice sounded older, tired, strained, as if every word required effort. My throat tightened. Who are you? A shift in the dark, not a step. A movement, huge and slow and heavy, like a creature rolling onto its side to look at me. The air warmed against my face. Something large, massive, drew breath. You've been running, the voice murmured. You've been pulled, torn, shaped, chased. My pulse hammered. You've been watching me. A low, rumbling sound that wasn't quite a laugh. More like stone grinding against stone in amusement. I don't watch, the voice said. I listen. Everything above all of it speaks in pieces. A slow inhale. But you speak whole. I swallowed hard. I don't understand. The surface beneath me trembled, and something enormous shifted closer. Not lunging, not threatening, closer in the way a large animal might inch toward a fire for warmth. The darkness rippled. A shape emerged, something pale gliding across the void like a glacier through black water. An eye. One single massive eye, larger than my torso. Milky. Clouded, scarred. It blinked slowly, lid sliding upward like the lifting of a heavy curtain. My breath hitched violently. I scrambled backward on my elbows, slipping over the damp hide, heart thrashing inside my chest. The eye followed me, not turning, simply watching through its stillness. It seemed blind, yet I felt seen down to the marrow. Don't run, the voice whispered again. You've run enough. My back hit a raised ridge of flesh, warm and taut like muscle stretched over bone. The shape beneath me expanded with the creature's breath. I forced myself not to scream. What are you? I managed, voice cracking. The eye softened, just slightly. Its clouded surface reflected the faintest hint of red from somewhere deeper in the cavern. I'm what was here long before the house, the voice replied. Before the creature above, before the versions, before the core. A pause. Heavy, sad. I was here before you. My stomach twisted. You sound like... I hesitated. But the thought pushed its way forward. You sound like you know me. A long, low exhale washed over me. Warm, deep, filled with something that wasn't quite relief. I do, it whispered. I've always known you. My mind raced. How? I never. You did, it said gently. You just don't remember. You weren't meant to. The hide beneath me rippled as the creature shifted, its colossal bulk moving with the slowness of something ancient and exhausted. The shadows swelled with its outline, horns, spines, or simply the shapes of old scars. I couldn't tell. The darkness clung to it as if afraid to let people see too much. Above us, a faint crack rang through the sealed passage I had fallen from. Something slammed into the membrane. Hard. The perfect-looking version's voice echoed faintly, dripping with frustration that finally broke into something like desperation. Omi bi. Ki. Yuokawala dababuntiar it wala rekyo yu. My blood ran cold. The creature's eye turned upward, slowly, deliberately. A rumble rose through the hide beneath me. He is desperate now, the old voice murmured. He fears what I will tell you. My heart pounded in my throat. What are you going to tell me? Another deep inhale. Another long rumble. Everything. The membrane above tore. Not fully, but enough that I saw the perfect-looking version's hand punch through. His fingers clawed blindly, dripping with the core's glow. The creature's eye snapped back to me. You cannot let him reach you. I know, I whisper shouted, scrambling again. No, it said firmly. You don't. Warm air washed over me as the creature leaned closer. Its enormous face still hidden in blackness, except for that ancient, ruined eye. If he reaches you, the voice whispered, he will finish what he was made to do. My chest tightened. What was he made to do? A pause. Then, to take your place. The membrane above ripped wider, the perfect-looking version's arm emerging halfway through. He screamed my name, and the creature whispered, run deeper. I turned toward the blackness, and something vast shifted ahead, revealing a narrow path carved through the flesh. I didn't think. I ran. My feet slapped against the enormous creature's hide as I ran, each step sinking slightly into the warm, damp surface. The sound of my heartbeat pounded in my ears, drowning out almost everything, except the frantic tearing above. That membrane, the one I had slipped through, stretched again with a violent, fleshy snap, followed by the perfect-looking version's furious voice slicing through the dark.
Stiop run ironch!
His rage hit the cavern like a physical force. It vibrated through the air. It shook the flesh beneath my feet. It even made the massive creature beneath me stiffen in surprise. But I didn't look back. I couldn't. Ahead, the narrow passage the creature had revealed was unlike any tunnel I'd seen in this place. It wasn't smooth, wasn't pulsing, wasn't breathing, not like the rest of this body. It looked carved, deliberate. The walls were rougher, darker, streaked with thin veins of dull silver that glimmered faintly as if remembering light from some other time. I reached the entrance and almost stumbled inside, the steep incline forcing me to brace a hand against the wall. The moment my fingers touched it, the texture changed beneath my palm. Hard, cold-ridged, not flesh, bone. The passage was walled with bone. Behind me, the creature's massive body shuddered, as if enduring pain it had long grown used to. Its great voice rose again, steady but strained. Go. Before he breaks through. I'm going. I gasped, pushing myself deeper into the narrow passage. The bone corridor tightened quickly. I had to turn sideways, scraping my shoulders against its curved walls as I shimmied forward. The air inside was colder, thinner, carrying a faint metallic odor that reminded me of rusted metal and old blood. Each breath stung a little, but the cold steadied my mind. It cut through the haze of fear and exhaustion circling my thoughts. Behind me, the ripping sound intensified, wet, aggressive, furious. Then, TGD, a body hit the cavern floor hard.
Mo, oh.
The perfect-looking version's voice cracked like a whip. I froze, not breathing, not blinking. His footsteps, too light, too controlled, moved across the creature's hide with terrifying precision. He wasn't staggering or slipping on the uneven surface. He was walking, calmly, like the creature beneath him wasn't even there. The passage walls vibrated slightly with his steps. Closer, closer, stopping. My throat closed. I pressed myself flat against the bones, praying he couldn't hear my heartbeat. A silence followed, long, sharp, unnatural. Then his voice came through the darkness. Clear and steady, you can't outrun this place. My lungs froze mid-inhale. This passage doesn't save you, he said. It's a dead end. A grave. He wasn't yelling now. He didn't need to. His voice carried effortlessly, like the darkness itself delivered it to me. This thing you're running toward, he continued, has nothing to offer you. It will not give you what you want. I will. The creature beneath him shifted violently, a low rumble rising from its depths. Nelvin, it growled. The perfect version's reply was chillingly calm. He doesn't belong to you. And he does not belong to the core, the creature answered, voice deepening. You want him for yourself. The perfect version laughed once, a short, humorless sound that echoed down the bone-lined passage. He is myself. My stomach twisted. The creature answered with a snarl so thunderous the bone walls around me trembled. He is now to you. Then the perfect-looking version's voice dropped to a whisper. One I wasn't meant to hear but did nevertheless not yet. My blood went cold. I didn't wait. I forced myself deeper, scraping my arms and knees against the bone. The corridor grew narrower with every foot, squeezing around my ribs, my hips. The walls curved and twisted, creating sharp angles that forced me to contort my body to pass through. Behind me, the perfect-looking version's footsteps came closer to the passage entrance. He stopped at the threshold, and his tone changed completely, from calm to tender to deadly. If you make me follow you, he said softly, you won't like what I become. A sharp pulse shot through my marked ankle, traveling up my leg and exploding in my chest. I gasped, clutching at the bone wall as pain knifed through my ribs. The mark burned like molten metal. I almost collapsed. Behind me, the creature growled again, a warning, a plea. Hurry, it whispered, voice cracking. He cannot control what the core made in him. What did it make? The words came out as a whimper. A mirror, the creature said. A reflection with no soul, a version shaped only to replace you. The perfect-looking version's footsteps stopped again, right outside the passage. Silence. Then, he's lying. His voice was so close I felt it slide along my spine. My pulse spiked. I scrambled deeper, shoving myself into the next curve of the tunnel until bones scraped my cheeks and elbows. The creature growled in warning. You cannot defeat what you were designed to complete. And the perfect-looking version responded with a smile in his voice. It was designed to complete me. The creature roared, loud enough to shake bone from the walls. Dust fell over me in a thin silver cloud. A large piece of bone cracked and fell near my hand. Panic surged. I crawled as fast as my bruised body would allow. The perfect-looking version's voice followed me, calm again, too calm. Do you know why the core wanted you? He paused, as if waiting for me to answer. I didn't. I couldn't. Because you are unfinished, he whispered. Unshaped, soft, breakable. Another step. The bones vibrated. And I am what you become when you stop running.
I'm not becoming you.
I hissed, voice shaking. That's what unfinished people say, he replied. Right before they finally accept the truth, the creature groaned deep below him. The tunnel shook.
Gio.
It roared at me. But the perfect-looking version ignored it entirely. Instead, he reached into the passage. Not blindly, not guessing. He reached directly for me. His hand slid into the darkness with slow, deliberate certainty. He knew exactly where I was. And his fingers curled, inviting, coaxing, gentle, come here. Every bone in the passage vibrated. The air thinned. The creature cried out beneath us, and something deeper ahead of me, in the pitch, black, shifted. A sound like cracking stone. A low inhale. The very bottom of the passage whispered, don't touch him. I froze. The perfect-looking version froze too. The voice from the darkness ahead was not the creature's. Not the copies. Not the cores. It was something else. Something even deeper. Something that made the bone walls tremble with dread. And then, in the pitch, black ahead, two enormous shapes opened. Not eyes. Not exactly. But something watching. Something older than the house. Older than the creature. Older than everything down here. The perfect-looking version's hand stopped inches from my ankle. His voice, for the first time, wavered. No, not you. The deeper thing whispered again, run to me. And the entire passage lunged inward, as if it were swallowing us both. The passage didn't simply lunge inward. It convulsed. The bone walls that had felt rigid and cold suddenly flexed like ribs pulled by a monstrous breath. The ceiling arched downward. Scraping the top of my spine, the floor lifted and slammed into my thighs. I lost my grip and slid forward on the slick surface, tumbling deeper into darkness, so complete it swallowed the last traces of the perfect-looking version's glow. Behind me, his hands scraped against the bone, fingers snatching at the air where my ankle had been moments before. His voice, usually calm, usually controlled, tore through the tunnel with raw panic.
No. Don't you IT?
The creature far above groaned in pain, as though the very structure of the world was crushing its lungs. The sound traveled through the bone like a tremor, rattling my teeth, shaking loose fine grit that fell like ash across my back as I slid farther into the dark. The passage bent suddenly downward into a steep, curved slope. I fell forward, unable to catch myself, elbows scraping hard against the bone. My breath flew out in a sharp grunt as my body careened into the deeper dark. Then, something stopped me. Not the floor, not a wall, not a hand. A presence, large, cold, silent. It didn't grab me. It didn't restrain me. It simply appeared, halting my descent with nothing but its nearness. I froze, my palms pressed against what felt like stone, but not stone. The texture was too smooth, too warm in places and too cold in others, like a surface that hadn't decided what temperature it ought to be. My fingers traced the shape without meaning to. A curve, then a ridge, then a dip like the hollow beneath a massive jaw. My heart thundered inside my chest, breath stuck in my throat. Then the voice came again. Not loud, not even close to loud. A whisper so soft it barely existed, but it filled the tunnel, pushing out every other sound. Don't be afraid. I jerked back, scrambling to my feet. My shoulder slammed into another ridge. Bone or stone, I couldn't tell. The darkness shifted around me like thick cloth dragged over the shape of an impossible body. Behind me, the perfect-looking version shoved deeper into the passage with a furious roar. His hands slapped the bone walls, his breath sharp, ragged, full of a panic he couldn't hide anymore.
Dota.
Yes, 10 to 18, screamed. IT oyangi IT o Dios avi.
Yo, IT wants to ENDO.
The deeper voice answered, calm and infinitely tired. I want to end your pain. Pain. The moment the word echoed, the tendril mark on my ankle ignited, searing heat shooting up my leg, burning through my ribs, wrapping around my lungs like something alive inside them. I gasped and collapsed to my knees, clutching my chest. My heartbeat jerked violently out of rhythm, pulsing in chaotic bursts that didn't match the tunnel, didn't match the core above, didn't match anything but agony. The perfect-looking version lurched into the darkness, his glow flickering like a dying flame.
Like you old ham!
He screamed into the void. The deeper voice replied, you were made from his broken pieces. I was made from his whole. My breath froze. The perfect-looking version snarled, a sound no human throat could have made.
Yao Dilan, allowing GR, yo, aren't I invite you?
And yet, the ancient voice murmured, he came to me. The darkness shifted, something the size of a building lowering its head toward me. The air changed temperature, flickering between warm and freezing in rapid waves. I backed up instinctively, straight into something tall and solid. A leg, a limb, a pillar of whatever creature filled this cavern. The surface pulsed faintly, alive. My skin crawled with terror. What are you? I whispered. The enormous head lowered until its presence sat directly above me. I couldn't see its face, couldn't see eyes, couldn't even make out the exact shape. The darkness clung to it like a shroud, refusing to reveal its outline. I am what the house was built to protect, the voice answered slowly. What the creature above was built to carry. A pause. And what he, it nodded toward the perfect-looking version, was built to replace. The perfect-looking version's steps faltered. No, he whispered. No, that isn't true. He doesn't need you. He needs ME. The deeper thing finally stirred. Not violently, not aggressively, just shifted. And the earth itself trembled. You were made, the voice said, to keep him from finding me. My breath caught. The perfect version screamed, a sound full of fear, hatred, and something else entirely sorrow.
Rados and below!
He never went out, oh you. He doesn't know what he wants, the creature beneath everything replied. Because you clouded him with your unfinished hunger. I looked back at the perfect looking version. And for the first time since meeting him, I saw panic, real panic, cracking his perfect face, twisting his perfect calm. He wasn't trying to save me. He was trying to keep me from this place, from this thing, from whatever truth lived down here. The creature leaned closer, massive, ancient, gentle. You are hurting, it whispered. You have been hurting since long before the house. My eyes burn. Not from fear, from something sharper, deeper. I can take that pain away, it murmured. I can show you why you were drawn here. A pause so long and heavy it froze my breath. And I can show you what you were meant to become. The perfect looking version lunged with a wild shriek, but the cavern itself reacted, the floor rising like a tidal wave, slamming him back and sealing him away behind a rib of living bone. He roared, enraged and helpless.
Don't tell you, Cham! Don't you dar you HM!
H's me Hayes mianen, Hayes mianeni. The ancient creature lowered its head until I felt its breath on my face. Cold, steady, unthreatening. You are not his, it said. The bone beneath my feet shifted, opening a narrow hollow. A place to step, to climb, to descend deeper. Come with me, it whispered. I hesitated, shaking uncontrollably. I don't know if I should. You already did, the creature murmured, when you ran from him. A quiet hum filled the cavern. A lull, a calm, a strange peace. The house did not choose you, it said. The core did not choose you. The creature above did not choose you. The massive shape leaned closer still. But I have waited for you. My lungs trembled with the weight of the moment. Behind the bone wall, the perfect version screamed my name again, raw, furious, terrified. Don't give you a tight! But I took a step toward the hollow, toward the deeper dark. As I crossed the threshold, the ancient creature whispered, "Now I'll show you the truth." And the floor dropped. The drop wasn't a fall, it was a controlled surrender. The floor beneath my feet dissolved into a slope that tilted downward with slow, deliberate intention, guiding me rather than throwing me. The ancient creature's presence moved with me, its massive shadow sliding along the cavern walls like a tide, not pressing, not smothering, simply there, close enough that I felt the faint tremor of its breath vibrating through the bone-lined corridors. The air cooled further with every inch of descent, a stark contrast to the suffocating heat above. My skin prickled, my heartbeat steadied, and the burning mark on my ankle faded into a dull throb. The deeper I went, the more it felt like the heat and pulse of the house had never existed at all. The passage widened suddenly, opening into a cavern so vast it swallowed the last hints of sound. The silence here was different. It wasn't dead or empty. It felt full, as if held in place by something ancient and immense. The creature's shape remained shrouded in darkness, only the faintest outlines hinting at a form that didn't fit any natural category. I sensed weight, enormity, the slow shifting of colossal limbs or wings or spines, but none of it resolved. The darkness kept its secrets. Then the voice sounded again, deeper now, resonant, like it was coming from the stone itself rather than the air. You have been pulled through every layer of this place. A pause, heavy as falling dust. Now you will understand why. I swallowed, throat tight. I don't know anything. I've been running, choking, falling. None of this makes sense. It will, the creature murmured. Because you are not the first. A low rumble vibrated through the cavern. Shapes shifted in the dark, mounds rising and lowering like distant hills breathing. Something brushed against my ankle, soft as fabric. I jerked back, but the touch didn't return. What does that mean? I forced out. Not the first what? The creature exhaled slowly, the breath rolling over me like a cold tide. The house above was built from a memory, it said. A memory of someone who came before you. My stomach twisted. Before me. Yes. A pause. It copied them. It copied you. It copied everything it could touch. But the versions the house made were incomplete. Echoes. Attempts. each one less whole than the last. Images spun through my mind. The flickering copy, glitching and begging. The perfect looking version with something writhing behind his eyes. The malformed bodies in the glowing pit. The creature above with its hollow chest. Why me? I whispered. Why copy me at all? The cavern darkened then, not by losing light, but by drawing it inward. Like the darkness itself inhale. Because you carried something the others did not, the creature said. You carried a fracture. My pulse froze. A fracture. Pain, it murmured. Old pain. Buried pain. Pain that shaped you more than any memory or fear. A soft rumble followed. The house tasted it. The core tried to fill it. The creature above tried to bind it. And the version you ran from tried to be it. Everything in me recoiled at once. My pain isn't something to build a nightmare around. It isn't your fault, the creature said gently. But it is powerful. Another slow shift in the dark. Closer now, colder. Something vast leaned forward, and I felt the air thicken around me with each syllable. You were drawn here because you are the only one the house could never finish. The only one whose pain it could not mend or mimic. That fracture made you unfinished. I took a step back. I don't want to be unfinished. A low, mournful rumble answered. No one ever does. The cavern grew colder. The silence deepened. But the perfect-looking version, it continued, was shaped from the parts you hated most. The fear you ran from. The doubts you swallowed. The grief you refused to face. All the things you tried to bury, he wears them perfectly. My knees buckled. I pressed a hand to the freezing floor. That's why he looks like me, I whispered. That's why he talks like he knows everything about me. Because he is everything you hid, the creature said. Everything you abandoned. Everything you called weakness. A long silence stretched between us. That is why he wants you back, it whispered. He cannot exist without you. You are the root, and he is the shadow. My chest tightened painfully. The perfect-looking version's last scream echoed through my memory. He's mean, he's meany, he's mini. The ancient creature continued, voice softening. But he was missing one piece, one you refused to give him. One thing he could not copy, could not mimic, could not carve out of the versions that came before. I swallowed. What piece? You had said simply. Your awareness, your choice, your will. Heat shot through my chest, not the burning heat from the mark, but something sharper, something real. That is why you were hunted, it said. That is why you were chased. That is why the core reached for your heart, and why he tried to hold your wrist. I trembled. Every word felt like a stone dropping into water. Then the creature lowered itself further. So close I felt the chill of its breath against my face. It is time for you to see what the house tried to make from you. The cavern floor shifted, swirling into a shape. A wide, shallow pool forming from the stone. Steam rose from its surface, faint and silvery. The water wasn't clear, it held a deep gray tint, almost metallic. It pulsed faintly, mirroring the faint tremor of the cavern. Step forward, the creature whispered. Look. I'm scared, I admitted. I know, it said gently. And that is why you must. My legs moved before I could stop them. I stood at the edge of the pool. The ancient creature waited. Silent. I leaned over the surface. At first, I saw only swirling gray. Then the reflection sharpened, and I staggered back, breath ripping from my throat, because the face staring up at me was not mine, not the perfect-looking versions. Not the copies. It was something older, something deeper, something scarred, something that had tried to survive in ways I had never let myself think about, something I had been running from long before the house, my own face, but stripped of all lies, of all denial, all pretense, all the ways I had split myself to keep going. The creature's voice slid through the dark. This is the truth you buried. My fingers shook. I don't want to see this. You need to, the creature said, or you will never be whole again. I forced myself to look, really look. The reflection opened its mouth and spoke my voice, but older, lower, heavier. Why did you leave me behind? My vision blurred. My knees buckled. My breath hitched. Behind me, far back in the bone passage, the perfect-looking version screamed, voice cracking like shattered glass. But the ancient creature leaned close, whispering, "Listen," for the first time. And as the reflection rose from the water, I realized this was the version of me the house never finished, because I was the one who abandoned it first.